Well, we're all ready and set for action here at the La Joqueta Recreation Ground. This is Ascension football action, and we get set and ready for kickoff. Just making sure that all is set with the teams at the moment, as Houston Hector gets us underway in this match day 7. Deportivo in the orange, white, and blue. They keep possession to Andre Etienne. Well, here's Isaiah Garcia looking to make inroads. Ambo Tobago is gone to ground. Referee allows play to continue. Mark Ramdeen's touch finally puts it out of play, and it would be a throw to Canopia.
You know, it's looking at Caesar, you know, going up that right side. He's got a burst of speed. And anytime that ball is played behind the defense, he's going to take some catching. There he is, Caesar. Nice turn, but crowded out.
Well, won by Cornwall. He's easily been one of the best defenders in the tournament. Well, they'll battle for this one, and Ramdeen tidies up as he keeps possession with Deportivo. Ronel Paul slotting in for Wesley John, who has gone on to play internationally. Well, that's a good turn from Henry. Might open up space for Hector to get one in. And the whistle goes, and well, Shaquille Henry looks a disappointed man. Might just have straight offside though. Man from Santa Flora. Last played with Paradise FC in Barbados post-lockdown, but he's back with his home community.
It's Woodley's first touch of the ball, and really didn't have the room in which to control it. There's Woodley again to Caesar. Woodley is gone.
Tries to put him through, but he can't get past Etienne. Looked as composed as ever, Andre Etienne. It's been another outstanding talent in this competition, the former Central FC centre-back. But Mark Ramdeen, former Naparima standout player, he's back in the lineup. Has to play on the left-hand side of the attack.
I'm glad to see him back. In fact, I think he's a good player. He's a wonderful touch play. He's got a good left foot, good cultured left foot, and it's not a big guy, so he's got to have the room in which to maneuver.
Here's Garcia. Try to get it out of the red prison that they find themselves in. It's back with Etienne. Like to build up out of the back point, Fortin. This one finds Ramdeen, who faces a rough challenge as the ball goes into touch. Well, there's some protest from that man. He thinks it might have gone in his direction. And seems the referee assistant agrees as well. Might have been a bit of a handball there, spotted by the referee. And he's lucky not to be penalized, but he has given away a free kick in a dangerous area. Ton load of experience, but that time I think he was outfoxed there.
Still think it's a little bit far out, but Pacheco, he's setting that ball. You know, thinking of Pacheco, he's going to go for goal. There's no doubt about it. He's going to try to get it over the wall and maybe to the right of the keeper into the corner. And I tell you, he's capable of doing that.
Well, they've got 3 players known as dead ball specialist. Houston Hector, he's lingering around as well. Pacheco, as a goalkeeper, but have brought back some nightmares from some distance, Pacheco. And they've also got Garcia. Not a bad shot himself.
It's going to be Pacheco.
Well, this time into the wall, only as far as Isaiah Garcia, who will have a second opportunity. Headed away by Graham, the man who gave away the free kick. And, well, Pacheco swing and a miss. And it's in. Well, out of nothing. We spoke about that left foot of his. This time he showed that he can use the right foot as well, as he leaves that man a dumbfounded man. He wants to know how it got in, but the 37-year-old Andre Pacheco has put Deportivo Point 14 ahead in the 6th minute.
I tell you what, he has me dumbfounded as well. I never expected from that angle the ball to go into the back of the net. And Cunupia must be wondering what happened there. They never got the ball away. They were playing with it at the back, and nobody took it upon themselves to clear that ball. And it went straight onto the boot of Pacheco, and he just volleyed it into the back of the net, into the far corner.
Well, not what the doctor ordered for Canopia FC, as they find themselves trailing early in this fixture. A bit unlucky, ball ping-ponged in the area. And then you've got a sly old fox like Pacheco around. Can't leave the hens out to roost. Aimed in for Henry, that's a good touch. Ramdeen, the goal scorer, Pacheco. Here's Andre Etienne. Rodell Paul. Isaiah Hudson. Oh, this is good link-up play from Deportivo. They try to gain ground forward. That's well cut out by Graham. Pacheco. Hector. Nathaniel Garcia. This is a good spell of possession from Point 14. They've managed quite a couple of touches in the opposing area. Cornwall. Quite some patience shown by Deportivo. Cornwall keeps it alive, looking for Henry. That must be about the 20th touch before Ramdeen finally loses possession. One back by Hector. He will send Garcia free on the right. Well, simply delicious from Point 14. Hudson might look for a shot here. Can he find the room? He does find the room, and well, that was just inches away from the first post of the goalkeeper.
Bit of a deflection. I'm not sure if it was in fact. It came off the keeper or the defender.
Well, Isaiah Hudson crowning off what looked like a clever bit, and might be right there. It's a corner. Well, they'll defend this one. It's headed away. And, well, found a sea of bodies. Garcia keeps it alive. Too long for Hector. Perhaps asking for ball to foot that time.
But at the moment, you're looking at Deportivo, and they're the better. They've settled nicely. I think Canopia, they're still finding their feet. They're just not getting the passes together. They look a little bit jittery at the back. They look nervous at the back. I think Deportivo have settled really nicely. They've been able to get the ball, move the ball around. They've had the chance, the chance which they took well. Canopia, they've got to get back into this game quickly, because at the moment they can find themselves another goal down, and that could be a problem.
Well, Hector crowded out that time. All the way back to the goalkeeper. Well, it's the second match that Marvin Phillip has not been in goal for Deportivo, the T&T international. His understudy hasn't really been called into action just yet. Here's Paul. Nice switch of the play. Picks out Garcia. And, well, always a tough task for Garcia to get to that. It's a throw. Well, it's just 10 minutes gone in this match, but it's certainly been a high intensity 10 minutes for the team that find themselves trailing Canopia FC. Hardly seen any of the ball so far.
As I said, they seem to have started very, very tentative. They're nervous almost, the way they've started. And Deportivo, they could take more, as I said, more advantage of them. If they were to get another goal, it's going to be a tough. If they go 2 goals down, it's going to be tough for them to come back.
Well, Graham knows his leadership qualities will be called upon. Central defense. As Garcia would look to ping this one in. Takes a touch off the player in red. Still keep it alive. Garcia tries to get Paul in on the act. The centre back finding himself in a quite advanced position. Couldn't get it over. And again, it's that man, Graham.
I thought better use could have been made of that free kick, and difficult to go to goal from that kind of distance. I thought a nice ball into the box would have been suffice, and to put send Canopia under more pressure.
Well, they'll try to relieve some of that pressure as Graham sends it long and far. And Etienne just cruises away from the challenge of Woodley, who's been a passenger for much of the early part of this match.
But that's because Canopia, they haven't been on the ball. They've just not been able to get hold of the ball. And while Deportivo, they're knocking it around. That was a very interesting ball from Pacheco. Tried to change the play and nearly worked.
Well, here's one man that can make a difference, Jabin Caesar. His pass is well cut out, but it's lost, and oh, that's good looking for Woodley. But Etienne, well, just has ice running to his veins. He's so cool under pressure. But it's with Cunupia now, Keon Daniel. And Andrew Pacheco as the quick exchange of possession.
He's controlling things in the middle of the field for Deportivo.
Ramdeen tried to push forward now to exploit the space, and it was space that was not forthcoming as the pass was overhit. It's a Canopia throw. Well, they've just managed to wrestle some sort of momentum back in their favor. Canopia hasn't been in the dangerous areas though. And Woodley just losing his footing in that challenge by Paul.
He was looking for the foul, wasn't he? He was looking for the free kick because he felt that Paul may have just nudged him at the back, but the referee would have none of it.
But it's a foot race on here.
It's good defending.
And wow, Isaiah Garcia couldn't get the better of that man.
Graham.
Canopia will have a throw in the .14 half. Keon Daniel just feel that his contribution has to be crucial to get them back in this match.
He's easy on the eye, isn't he? Keon Daniel. He seems to have acres of time in which to play the ball. And he's such a cool player that you sometimes wonder when if and how he makes a bad pass.
Well, that's a good one though from Henry, or maybe not so good as Ramdeen ran his legs off trying to get it. But a clever movement from Shaquille Henry in the middle of the park. Did need him to be precise. He spoke about goal scoring being one of the Achilles heel of the team. And much is required from Henry. Oh, that's a foul against Jabin Caesar.
There's a Canopia coach, and we're probably going to get him in our picture. He isn't looking so cool at the moment. When he did the interview with you, James, and there he is, that is Mr. Cool. He's lost his cool a little bit here now. Michael Defoe. Somehow, James, I don't think he's happy with the way his team is playing at the moment.
Nobody really wants to concede so early in the match. Here's Daniel. Abdugal. Well, Daniel running the orchestra at the moment. And a bad pass gives it back to .14. Oh, that's clever from Pacheco. Garcia. And just bullied out of possession there, Henry. Well, they're finally holding on to possession.
Yeah, they're now coming back into the game a little bit, Canopia, and they're settling down much nicely now. Much better.
Oh, that's good piece.
Serrant.
Can he get the better of Cornwall? Not on that occasion. He gets some help from Paul. It's not often that you see Cornwall taken for a run. But Matthew Serrant certainly tested his capabilities.
That was a good run. You could see he's made up his mind he was going up that right side. And just in the end, good last-ditch tackle. But Canopia, they've got their first corner of the game, and let's see if they'll make use of it.
Maloney swings it into a dangerous area. Paul gets the head on it. He has a second opinion. And a shot that, well, coach, it's not going to make him any more pleased than he looked a while earlier.
Yeah, but I think who was it? Maloney was in an offside position when he got the ball back. So the referee is going to still allow the goal kick, but the assistant referee's flag was up, indicating Maloney was in an offside position.
Looking for Ramdeen. Couldn't control it, the former Naparima man.
That was a great ball from Lewis, but Ramdeen just wasn't able. It was a little too high. He's not a very tall man, so he was just wasn't able to control it. But it seemed that he was in an offside position.
Well, it's a chance to breathe for Cunupia as they take the free kick. This one is long in a dangerous area here, and well, Garcia tried to help his keeper out, just couldn't put it on the mark, and it's a corner. So they're piling on some pressure now.
Yeah, they've settled down nicely now, Canopia FC, and they're starting to string a few passes together, and they're going direct at the defense.
Headed away by Paul. Only as far as Daniel. It's miscommunication, but they keep it alive. Trying to find Cesar. Flag goes up.
That's good football on the part of Deportivo, their defense. Very high line. They decided they would come out early, and they caught Cesar napping.
Hector. But he's done well to navigate from the tight space, and he finds Garcia in a good position. And, well, the idea was good. The execution, however, not as good as it looked in his head. But they show how dangerous they can be.
Idea was great, James. It just didn't come down in time for him. And had it just come down in time for him, he certainly would have got it on target, but he had no other option as that ball, look at the bounce of that. So it just, the bounce and the angle was just difficult for him to turn and get it into the corner of the net. But great idea from Garcia and a good attempt.
So 1-0 as we enter the 20th minute of the match. Deportivo point 14, holding on to that advantage. Well, they're just piling bodies inside the area. Contest with the big men from point 14. If anybody can steer an accurate service in the area, it's that man, Keon Daniel, former Philadelphia Union player. Goes for the short option. Does get ahead, but it should fall for Ramdeen, who allows it to go into touch, and point 14 will hold on to possession. Battle for this one. Showtime tries his luck, but he's not going to beat his man there. He needed more power.
I thought Maloney got in the way. It seemed to have just come off Maloney. But I think he was looking more for a through ball from Showtime rather than a shot. And the thing is, when you're in that type of goal scoring form, and almost anything you hit to goal goes into the back of the net, you tend to feel you can kick from any angle, anywhere, and score. There's a showtime. And I thought a through ball to Maloney might have been a better option. Maloney was on the move.
Well, you can just hear the rhythm section getting into gear. Always bring the life to the atmosphere here in La Hogueta. Of course, the home team not playing this evening. Our second match, we'll see Moruga coming up against the Defense Force. Be interesting what the atmosphere might look like later on. That's a good challenge from Daniel. Takes it away from Hudson. Here's Cesar. Well, one back. Cornwall. Sends Ramdeen on a thrust. And he finds someone at the back door and goes all the way across to Garcia. Keeps it alive. Kian Daniel gets in the defensive act. Ramdeen still holds on. He's got options. Hudson looking to make room. It's deflected. And, well, can't get rid of it. Garcia to dump it back in the area. His cross, not a good one. Well, still a red shield can't touch it. And finally they do. As they counter-attack on the other end. Pacheco's tackle.
Great tackle from Pacheco. Sliding across the ground.
It's Ramdeen. Cornwall. Couldn't get past the defender. Well, he's showing some good footwork, but he's lost it in a bad area. And Woodley can send Chubb and Cesar to exploit his pace. And it's pace that he needed a bit more of as that one ran away from him.
Deportivo had a wonderful chance when Ramdeen, with that cross ball from Ramdeen, there was just nobody attacking it. And it was a beautiful cross from Ramdeen just inside the 6-yard area. And unfortunately, nobody attacked it. And the other thing is, James, if you look at the bounce of this ground, the bounce is really difficult. Ball control is so difficult once that ball bounces.
Well, the break is on the opposite end. And Garcia, that's a good touch, and that's a better touch to take it away from him. And he looked in on goal. But how about that for a challenge? And Roel Felix.
Touch was just too far ahead of him. He brought it down nicely, but in so doing, again, it just ran away from him slightly on this ground. This ground, it's very hard, it's very bumpy, and ball control is difficult.
Ramdeen. Well, that came close, didn't it? And, well, felt that he might have been fouled there, Paul. Well, the referee doesn't share his opinion. Big smiles all around, though.
Another great ball from Ramdeen, this time the corner. And you could see him going for the far. I'm surprised Paul came from, rather than coming from the back post and coming in, he was more or less trying to run onto the ball. And I was surprised nobody was at the back post to lap up that corner kick. But another good corner from Ramdeen. Tell you, in the last 5 minutes or so, Deportivo, they have started to dominate again.
Well, they're looking for showtime here. Have to contend with Etienne. And Etienne shows his strength to win that challenge. It's kept alive by the red shirts of Cunupia. It's good defending from Garcia. It's been another standout performer in this tournament.
It's Maloney, isn't it?
Etienne is fouled. And it's a free kick to Point Fortin.
Maloney is coming from some deep positions, but running into the dangerous area of the Deportivo's, I would say, just in their defensive third. So he's the one who's going up to support Showtime. Yeah, they have lined up with just Showtime in front, but Maloney, he's the attacking midfielder coming through to give Showtime support.
Well, again, not linking properly from that one. As Garcia switches sides, he's come over to the left-hand side of the attack. As Ramdeen moves across to the right. certainly not giving them as much room to build up. They do like to build up from deep areas, point 14. A lot more pressure being applied high up the pitch.
It's a good ball to Ramdeen. And notice, James, he's staying very wide, trying to give himself as much room as possible. Wide. It was wide on the left, now he's gone wide on the right. He's having a good game.
They've managed to carve open some space as Hector finds Garcia with some space. Thought about a shot. Pacheco does. Well blocked. It's kept alive though by Ramdeen. That's good footwork.
That's a foul.
And a challenge just outside the area. Should be a free kick. So Mark Ramdeen causing all sorts of trouble. And the only way they can take him out legally, says the referee.
This is in a very, very dangerous position here. And it's going to be interesting if it's going to be Pacheco. It's going to take it, maybe Hector. But I think they'll be lining up to kick this free kick. It's just in the D. It's outside the box. Pacheco is there, but it doesn't give me the impression he's going to take it. Hector is more or less over the ball. Is it going to go right-footed Hector to the left of the keeper, up to the top corner, over the wall? Let's have a look. Houghton Hector.
Hector surveys his mark.
Oh!
What's off the crossbar? Well,
Absolutely brilliant, James.
He scored last week from a free kick. This time, the bar getting in his way.
What a free kick. He actually went to the right of the keeper, but away from him, and it struck the bar. How unlucky can you be? There's it. He went to the right of the keeper, over the wall. I was thinking he might have gone to the left of the keeper. He went to his right, and he was so unlucky it came off. What a good free kick.
Well, he might get another chance here, but he's taken out. It's a foul. Well, he's a clever one from free kicks, Houghton Hector. Man full of international experience. This time just not getting past the crossbar. Here's Etienne.
Canopia lucky, they're only one goal behind. Because, you know, there was that cross from Ramdeen inside the 6-yard box. And, of course, then this free kick from Hector. They've had the better chances in the game.
Well, there's some movement on the sidelines from the team in red. Coach Defoe clearly isn't liking what he's seeing happening at the moment. Woodley hasn't gotten any clear opportunities so far. The challenge here with Etienne. And well, just a bit more attention that he hoped for. Etienne and Isaiah Garcia ensuring that he got no room.
But a bad foul to give away because he was going nowhere. As a matter of fact, he was heading back to his own defense. And a bad foul to give away. Now you've given away the foul, a free kick, and they can put the ball into the box. So this is a chance for Canopia to get level, to draw level.
Well, didn't get the height required to get past the big men. And rescued at the end, but it's a throw for point 14 as we approach the half-hour mark in this match. Deportivo point 14, they lead Cunupia FC by 1-0. But just taking their time about it now, Garcia. Kim has moved at a pace so far. Well, that's a bad ball. Just over the head of Pacheco. Well won back by Paul. And, well, Garcia did well to keep that alive. Wasn't the best of balls from Paul. Flicked on. And Ramdeen can't keep it in, but he does win a corner. So more pressure being applied on the red shirts.
What a ball from Garcia, though. He kept it in when we all thought it was going out. Kept it in and then turned and played a beauty of a ball over the top, trying to get Ramdeen going. Excellent football on the pass of Garcia. That's a Nathaniel Garcia.
Well, the big man Etienne has just entered the picture. Surely be aiming for him. Goes over his head and gets past Pacheco as well. Should be a throw for point Fortin. So the big men remain up as Garcia tosses this into the area. Hudson thought about going for a shot there, and he tried to be clever, but he's lost possession. And Cunupia keep it alive to Chevin Cesar, and he sends Woodley on a run here. Can he open up some space for a shot? Woodley! And you've often seen him do better than that from that position. Not on this occasion. Just couldn't get the coordinates and hit it over the bar.
Well, the first real chance they've had, and he was put under pressure in the end. Let's have a look. He was straight through the defense, and there was Woodley. He looked up, and in the end, he was put under some pressure by Cornwall, and he hit it over the bar. But the first real chance we've seen Canopia have. You looked at the Deportivo defense, they were all square, and it allowed Woodley the opportunity to run straight onto the ball.
Well, was that the chance to give Canopia the equalizer before we approach halftime? Time will tell. Well, he's been amazing in front of goal all season.
It was a tough angle, though. He was always running away from the goal. He would have had to have real perfection with that shot, trying to get it into the far corner. But the angle, I thought, when he picked up the ball, he started to go further away from the goal towards maybe an inside left. And because of that, the angle was always difficult to get it on target.
It's Cornwall. Well, they're applying some high pressure here.
But James, having said that, you expect Woodley to at least hit the target, don't you? Make the keeper save.
I expected him to score. Here's Ramdeen. It's touched too heavy. All the way back to the goalkeeper. Well, the quality of Cunupia passing hasn't been at the absolute best this evening. Feel they need to get more quality balls into that guy. Oh, that's well intercepted by Garcia as he finds Henry and couldn't get his shot past Graham. No Mensah today in defense for Cunupia. Graham with a ton load of responsibilities on his shoulder, and he's done well keeping out that man. Well, that's a man you expected to see on the field in the first 11. He's been rested today. Nathaniel Garcia replaces him.
And I think Nathaniel Garcia has done well. He's been exceptional going down that right side. He switched over to the left side, and he's been just as effective. So I don't think they've... I'm not saying they're not missing Riley, but in Garcia, they've got a really good replacement.
Garcia was the player of the match in the last fixture. Played the more central role, this time finding himself out wide. Oh, he's done well. He's gotten past one. Can he open up some space? Can't get it past Graham. And they keep it alive for a throw. Oh, he's done well. Garcia to keep that in. It's Cornwall. Andre Etienne. He's got space to exploit ahead of him. Just feel that they're trying to suck the central players in and exploit space out wide as the switch ball finds Hector. Well, it's looking for Hudson. Ball cut out. Pacheco. His touch gives it back to the red of Cunupia. And here's Woodley. Always a sense of occasion every time he comes in possession. But you can just tell your centre forward is starved of service when you see him going as deep as Woodley has found himself the last two occasions. Cornwall. Pacheco's pass is cut out as far as McDougall. Well, they're just playing piggy in the middle at the moment. The red shirts chasing the orange tops. Well, they're having fun keeping possession.
They're doing exceedingly well. They're just knocking the ball around and trying to draw the Canopia players out of position. This is excellent football from Deportivo.
Hector.
I mean, let's face facts, James. They've strung about 12, 13 passes together, and Canopia just can't get the ball. This is great football on the part.
And finally a human error.
Yeah, just as about to say great passing. They weren't making much progress. The thing is, they were looking to get the Canopia players out of position. So they kept knocking it, waiting for that opportunity to play the ball forward. And unfortunately, Paul didn't play the type of pass that the midfielders and the forwards would have wanted.
Well, less than 10 minutes before halftime. Canopia want to get themselves back in this contest. Is Garcia. Deflected. And it's well headed away in the end. And finally they can break the pressure. Or maybe not.
I'm really enjoying the football Deportivo is playing. They're pushing it around nicely, they're keeping possession, and the thing is they're cutting off the passes from the Canopia players, and they're building at the back as usual. That's a good ball for Ramdeen.
Well, here's Ramdeen, 1v1. He's got quick feet. It's Garcia. Can he keep it alive? He does keep it alive, or maybe not, as indicated by the assistant's flag.
Again, once that ball hits the surface, it's running away from the players. Wasn't a bad idea, a 1-2 between Garcia and Ramdeen, and it was just hit a little bit out of the reach of Garcia.
It's a bit of a dry surface as well, so it's a bit bumpy. Didn't see the sprinklers out. Usually they're here early, and Hector, oh, what a save that was. I tell you what, he did the Macarena in the air. Because he was going one way, the ball was going another, and he managed to stick that big right paw out and somehow keep it out of the net.
Make no mistake, this young man is a good keeper, and he was going to the left, and I'm not too sure if that ball curled off the outside of Hector's boot, and because of that, it was swinging away from the keeper, and you could see him going left, and then he had to go back right, and he did exceedingly well pushing it over the bar. Brilliant save.
Well, the danger is not clear just yet. Chabin says I would look to change that. Maybe some space now to exploit here. Behind the point fort in defense, Woodley. Well, just slowed the attack down just a bit there. Looked promising.
Yeah, Douglas, as you rightly said, he had acres of space. And I would have thought he was looking to play a 1-2, but just didn't get it going. But you look at Deportivo, when they don't have the ball, they all get back into proper formation. They all get behind the ball, and they're defending well. I think this has been a good first half for them. They might feel a little bit unlucky that they were not maybe 2 goals up. This is the shot again. What a cracker, what a save. Brilliant, brilliant football on the part of the goalkeeper, David, and of course the shot coming from Hector.
Certainly a contender for a Sportsmax app moment later on. Yes, Cesar. And, well, he's found out what most attackers have found out all
brilliant.
season. It's not easy to get past Cornwall. Garcia. Hudson gets past Keon Daniel. Old legs just showing up there from the man from Tobago. Well, Isaiah Hudson certainly felt like taking Keon Daniel for a run. Didn't do a bad job.
You need to get back to the keeper, that's right. And you notice how cool and calm Deportivo is. They've got possession, they're knocking it about, they're taking their time. It's been really a good display from them.
Well, Salvo and Francis, the coach of Deportivo, graduated from the youth level. He coached the youth team in the youth league, and he's moved up to the senior team, and he's done a remarkable job with this team. Assisted, of course, by Kester Cornwall and company. Oh, chances opening up here for Cunupia. And, well, they're certainly not giving him any time and room, Woodley, as Garcia gets it away. Bonisfas, Chavin Cesar. Still knocking with Kian Daniel. Oh, that's a nice wrong address sent to Ram Dean. Opposite direction. Graham, but he's lost out to Hector, and the fall, I think, was a needed one, as Hector might have been away.
So very true. I'm surprised the referee didn't pull his card there, because it was he was being pulled back, and certainly stopped a very promising move for Deportivo going forward.
Garcia almost caught in possession, as the possession is recycled. Oh, that's clever from Paul. Looked more like a midfielder than a defender there with that shimmy.
Giving it away. Which is not, we haven't seen much of that with Deportivo tonight. They haven't given away the ball all that much. They've got to be careful, because we're just 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes to half time. They would want to preserve this 1-goal lead.
Can he find some space to get a shot away? Etienne is in the way. Pacheco now. Try to extend the advantage. Too long for Garcia.
You have to think that the halftime, if Canopia can get back a goal, the halftime talk from the respective coaches would certainly be different to what it will be now.
You can just see a bit of a tired expression. Have chased for much of the evening. McDougall. It's only as far as Pacheco. And his touch is too heavy. Goes out. Pacheco, of course, winner of the secondary school title with Princess Dong Secondary. 2-time CFU Club Championship winner as well with W Connection in 2006 and 2009, playing 10 caps for the national senior team. Oh, that's good from Hector.
Wasn't he at left back at one time, James?
Started off in a left wing position. He also played in both positions, both left wing and left back.
Yeah. I remember him playing at left back, and I believe it was for the national team when I saw him play at left back. He's a good defender as well. He's an all-around good player.
Yeah, it's one of those utility players. So we are into the final minute of the match, and from all indications, there will just be 1 minute of time to be added. Maybe just enough time for Point Fortin to get something from this free kick they've won for themselves. Andrew Pacheco, certainly one of those players that can score goals. It's a brilliant left foot, nice free kick. And he was an avid dribbler back in his youth days, Pacheco.
Yeah.
Matured now as a central player.
I think the most important thing I remember of him was that left foot. When he hit them, he really hit them, didn't he? But you would know something about that.
Yeah, it reminds me of an old story. Played together at Arima Fire. And I moved across the W Connection in goal. Very first match we played against him. And he welcomed me with that left foot. Then he said, that's for moving.
Yeah, don't give him wrong.
But this is one man who can put them back in contention. Houghton Hector. Hudson takes the opportunity and it's deflected. It's a corner.
Probably the final of the final part of this game, the first half. This corner, I think once the corner has been taken, it could very well be, you'll hear the referee's whistle. Hector needs to hurry up, because It was just 1 minute added on time. He's got the corner. Take the corner quickly and then let the referee blow the whistle.
Don't think he's going to mind. That guy on the other hand, he wants it over quickly. So Houghton Hector.
That's not a good kick. That's it.
Put it away and the whistle goes. Puts an end to the first half of action. It's a first half that brought joy to the men from Deep South. But for Cunupia FC, they find themselves trailing by 1-0. We take a break and we come back.
Cunupia FC versus Deportivo. Then second game action, Defense Force versus Moruga FC. And later on, Tribute Vibes. Joshua is going to be in the middle, of course. Ziggy is going to be here as well. As we get you ready, the half-time show is on. We have second chances. Let's go.
Time that says Deportivo Point Forting leading Canopia FC by 1-0. A half-time that was full of action, particularly for one team, as we take a look back at some of what would have transpired in the first half of this match. And well, Canopia FC were forced to defend early as Andre Pacheco and his volley didn't miss the target as he put them 1-0 ahead pretty early in the contest. Then on the opposite end, Garcia trying to help out his goalkeeper and forcing a corner. They did get lots of joy down the right side. Nathaniel Garcia coming, well, close enough with his effort. And then Houghton Hector rung the alarm off the crossbar.
Yeah, that was a brilliant free kick from Hector.
Often see him hitting the target from that distance. Not this time. The competition's leading goal scorer. He knows he should have done better. And then later on, Hector, often enough we heard his name. Wonderful save from the goalkeeper. 1-0, the halftime score.
Absolutely magnificent. Have a look. The difference is
The two shots on target from Deportivo, one went into the back of the net. 5 fouls from Canopia, 1
for them because Kyan Thomas pulled out the party tricks and he made it 1-0 in the 14th minute. What a goal that was. Going to be on the highlight reels for a long time to come. Well, they huffed and puffed and then they hit the crossbar. And Tyrone Charles doing the bachacha, sending everybody for drinks. And how easy was that? He made it 2-0 in the 21st minute. Westport looking in trouble when Ross Russell Jr. flashed one wide. And then Poon Lewis had to be at his best to keep that out. Later on, it would get worse. Jamal Francois in the 42nd minute putting the Hatters on the goalkeeper. That made it 3-0 at the half. But just before, Karen Cummings would give his side some hope going into the half just a minute later, making it 3-1. But at the resumption, Tyrone Charles with the swivel and finding the top pocket. And it was 4-1 to Rangers. Oh, how close. Westward hitting the crossbar. Poon Lewis on the other end, called to some saves. And then the own goal sabotaging the effort as 5-1 the score. And in the 81st minute, was there to be more hope? Karen Cummings certainly gave them that with a penalty. But that was all she wrote. Rian Moore getting the Campari Player of the tournament. Nathaniel Garcia, player of the match. At the Arima Velodrome, wonderful football action, Central FC. Keyshawn St. Rose, he's been in good goal scoring form, getting the first. Moruga FC haven't won a match so far, but Kirill Jeremiah gave them an equalizer in the 39th minute, giving the boys some La Luna and Grand Chimay some hope. But St. Rose, deadly as a sniper, coming in at the back door, and he put them 2-1 ahead. Moruga, not to give up, would fight, and it's that man again, Jeremiah, with the equalizer, 2-all. It's a rough play, as this one went into all-out battle, and then Romario Burke would send Central FC ahead, 3-2. And later on, who's there? St. Rose. Of course, how could it not be? Getting 3 goals in this match, Keyshawn St. Rose. And in the 85th minute to put the cherry, Ronaldo Francois, 5-2, taking it away from Moruga, left with some bruised egos. And the defense force have their eyes set on Terminex. They came up against Cunupia. Brent Sam not having early luck. But then they would pick the lock. Poor goalkeeping from Graham and Ryan Moore getting their first. Getting the first of his 2 goals on the evening. Some naughty behavior before Jamil Boatswain would get the wonderful service, and it was easy for him, making it 2-0. Good skill all over. Graham had to be at his best. But Brent Sam, well, he took the jinx off his back, putting Defence Force 3-0 ahead. And later on, Ryan Moore getting a second of the match, the nice dummy, and he doesn't miss, the national striker. Was that call for a penalty? Referee didn't think so. But certainly that was cause for concern as Graham was sent off the field, the red card, and Moore would take advantage as he made it 4-0 to Defence Force. Cristiano Ronaldo type celebration and smiles all around at the St. James Barracks. Police took on AC Port of Spain. And it was the lawmen early. Mikel Jem Gordon. How about that for a finish in the back post? Goalkeepers were really busy in this one. And well, the defenders doing all sorts of things the coach would not want. That one deflecting off Maurice Ford going into the net. Rodfin Harris had to call out some naughty behavior again, and then police would make it 3-0. Kareem Freitas getting the third in the 68th minute. And a second, Joel Lewis, after a nice combination play from the lawmen in front of their home fans and a kung fu kick. And that was an easy one for Jem Gordon. He made it 5-0 in the 85th. Police FC on a rampage. And then AC Port of Spain would get a consolation. Jaden Prowell, the national youth striker, getting on the score sheet. And that was all she wrote. 5-1, the final score. Well, we hope you enjoyed the highlights. The score right here at the Locator Recreation Ground. Deportivo 1, Cunupia FC 0. We take a break and we come back with second half action.
in that game after Guido Carrillo and opened the scoring on 3 minutes.
Was trying, there's the cross, took it down, was trying to be blocked off by the defender. He turned beautifully and then just pushed it away from the keeper into the net to make it 2-0. And another chance here for Woodley, and you would have thought he would have put that into the back of the net. It just went wide. There is Woodley having another go. He's looking up, has a shot, had some power. He went for the far corner, and again he missed it. On another night, who knows? Woodley would have certainly may have scored a couple. Here is the stats of the game. 8 shots to Canopia, 14 to Deportivo. Shots on target, 6-3. Fouls, 5-3. 2 yellow cards for Canopia, 1 for Deportivo. No red cards. Offsides, 1 each. 5 corners for Canopia to 4 for Deportivo. And 4 saves. And those are memorable saves from David and Deportivo with 3 saves. So that's the stats for the match. It's 2-0. Deportivo in front. James is down with the man of the match.
Oh, that's right, Colin. I have a fun job of interviewing our man of the match, Nathaniel Garcia, and you just seem to enjoy winning these things, don't you?
Of course. Must be happy for the first, but another 3 points, coming closer to the top 3 in the table, so must be grateful and thankful.
What do you rate your team's performance tonight?
Great performance, I know we could do a lot better, but still thankful for the win.
All right, well, you've got that to put on your mantelpiece tonight. Thank you very much, and we hope to see more great performances from you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to invite now the assistant coach of Deportivo Point Fortin, Mr. Hector Cornwall, who's going to join us in the middle, a former teammate of mine. And, well, Hector filling in for Selvon Francis as head coach, and you got to win. And I must say, your team looked impressive.
Yeah, first and foremost, thank God for the victory tonight. We journeyed far and we got the 3 points. I think it was deserved. So we are thankful for that.
What do you think were the keys for your victory tonight?
The key for the victory tonight, is that we played as a team. The intensity wasn't there, but it was a collective effort from everybody. And again, I want to say thanks to the team and the players for that.
Well, you've got a long drive back to Point Fortin, but I'm sure it's a celebratory one as the fans back home will be congratulating you on the victory. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, send it back upstairs to Colin Murray.
Thank you, James. Let's have a look now at the Campari player of match week number 6. Scoring that goal, putting it away from the keeper, and then goal number 2 again from him, and it certainly was his night as Central FC, and there he goes, goal number 3, the hat-trick for St. Rose. What an evening for him, and there he receives the check from James Saunders, $500 for our Campari player of the week, Keishon St. Rose. So we're going to be back with game number 2. Defense Force will come up against Moruga FC in what should be another very interesting encounter. So we're going to take a break and then come back for match number 2.
And I'm here with Defence Force coach Lloyd Andrews, your team in third position, but you haven't lost a match so far, but you're gaining momentum at the moment. How does it feel?
It feels good, you know, the hard work paying off, and we're looking forward to go to one level to the next.
Well, I'm looking at the form of your team. You've gotten wins in your last 3 matches. You're coming up against a team who hasn't won any matches. How confident do you feel of getting a victory?
Very confident, but not complacent.
And what about Terminix Rangers? Surely you must have your sights set on
Not
them.
worrying about them. They're not the next game. I only worry about the next game.
Well, Mr. Andrews, we wish you lots of luck in this match, and thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thanks much.
All right, so I'm going to invite another dear friend of mine, Mr. Anton Kwashi, former football player himself, and one of the assistant coaches at Moruga. And you haven't won a game so far, but your team, you're getting goals. You got 2 goals in your last match. That must be giving you some confidence.
Yeah, man, we try and we working hard. Every day in session, keep working hard. The results will come eventually.
What do you think hasn't worked for your team, and what do you do differently now that your team can get some momentum to perhaps get your first win?
Well, we had a little few issues within the team, you know, but we work it out and we iron it out. Had a sit down and fellas voice their opinions, and today we say we will come together and do what we're supposed to do.
How does your team feel, though, coming up against Defence Force, a giant in local football?
No pressure. At the end of the day, them have everything to lose. We have nothing to lose. We have everything to gain. And today we will do something.
And before I let you run away, of course, you're representing a small community in Moruga who I know are locked on right now. What do you say to your community?
Let's go. Let's vote for us and we'll get it for you. Don't worry about yourself.
All right, he's ready. Anton Kwashi, of course, the head coach of Moruga FC.
Lloyd Andrews, your team in third position. But you lost a match so far, but you're gaining momentum at the moment.
How does it feel? All the lights are on, the cameras are ready, and it's time for action here at the Hector Recreation Ground for this Ascension Match Week 7 fixture. Moruga FC coming up against the Defence Force. Moruga FC, of course, winless in the competition, coming up against a team that are yet to be beaten in the competition. 4 wins, 2 draws for Defence Force. And well, I dare say it's going to be a tough task. 26 degrees Celsius, the temperature. Nice cool one here in La Hoqueta as the fans continue to pour in. And it's a David versus Goliath fixture, and one that Moruga certainly would be hoping to try and garner their first set of points. Welcome to all our viewers across the Caribbean and on CCN TV6 in Trinidad and Tobago. James Saunders is my name, and I'm joined by Mr. Colin Murray, one of the iconic voices across the Caribbean. What do you make of this fixture?
Well, as I said, James, it's going to be tough for Moruga. I can't see them getting anything out of this game. But you know, football is played on the field. It's not played in the stand. And it's very interesting what the coach of Defence Force said. He said they're confident. He went on to say they're very confident, but he also went on to say that they're not complacent, and that's very important. I think that to me was the most important thing he said, because when you're coming up against a team that have lost all the games before, you're naturally going to go onto the field saying, well, this is going to be easy. I'm going to win. But you got to work for it, and I think the Defence Force players will in fact be up for this game.
All Defence Force, we spoke to their coach, Mr. Lloyd Andrews, ahead of kickoff. And I'm here with Defence Force coach Lloyd Andrews, your team in 3rd position, but you haven't lost a match so far, but you're gaining momentum at the moment. How does it feel?
It feels good, you know, the hard work paying off, and we're looking forward to go to one level to the next.
Well, I'm looking at the form of your team. You've gotten wins in your last 3 matches. You're coming up against a team who hasn't won any matches. How confident do you feel of getting a victory?
Very confident, but not complacent.
And what about Terminix Rangers? Surely you must have your sights set on them.
Not worrying about them. They're not the next game. I only worry about the next game.
Well, Mr. Andrews, we wish you lots of luck in this match, and thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thanks much.
All right, so I'm going to invite another dear friend of mine, Mr. Anton Kwashi, former football player himself and one of the assistant coaches at Moruga. And you haven't won a game so far, but your team, you're getting goals. You got 2 goals in your last match. That must be giving you some confidence.
Yeah, man, we try and we're working hard. Every day in session, keep working hard. The results will come eventually.
What do you think hasn't worked for your team, and what do you do differently now that your team can get some momentum to perhaps get your first win?
Well, we had a little few issues within the team, you know, but we work it out and we iron it out. Had a sit down and fellas voice their opinions, and today we say we will come together and do what we're supposed to do.
How does your team feel, though, coming up against Defence Force, a giant in local football?
No pressure. At the end of the day, them have everything to lose. We have nothing to lose. We have everything to gain. And today we will do something.
And before I let you run away, of course, you're representing a small community in Moruga who I know are locked on right now. What do you say to your community?
Let's go. Let's vote for us and we'll get it for you. Don't worry about yourself.
All right, he's ready. Anton Kwashi, of course, the head coach of Moruga FC. Secondary, acting in the capacity of assistant coach for Moruga FC.
And again, what he said, very, very interesting. He said, you've got nothing to lose. You know, and it's so factual, because you expect Defence Force to win this game, and you don't expect Moruga to get anything from the game. So whatever happens, if they do get something from the game, even a draw, they'll consider it a win.
So in just a second, we will see the teams make their way from the dugout. Moruga FC coming up against the Defence Force team that they have been unbeaten, but they find themselves in 3rd position. They've gotten 2 draws in the competition so far and 4 wins. So they are on form, but you just feel that there's something that was missing in the team that they've gotten right. And perhaps it's goals. Ryan Moore, Jamil Boatswain finally getting among the scoring. Ryan Moore scoring 2 in his last game and a hat-trick in the game prior to that. So they're coming into some form, Defence Force.
Yeah, they would be coming in with some form. I think they would be a little disappointed that they haven't maybe won as many games as Rangers. I think they would have preferred to be side by side with Rangers in terms of the point standings. But, you know, Defence Force, they're a hard-working team. They've got a lot of skill. They've got... they rush they don't give the opposition any room. They rush at them. So it's always tough coming up against the defense force, because when you come up against the defense force, you're in a game.
All our first pictures of the defense force team, and lots of experience as the substitute players. Karen Donner, the physiotherapist. And in the bunch, you also see the likes of Joan Baltazar, former T&T futsal international player. So they've got quality that they can call on off the bench for this team. It's a team that is coached by Lloyd Andrews, who you saw in the interview earlier on, with Hudson Charles, the former national head coach, as assistant, and Devin Elcock, brother of a former T&T international player, Ansel Elcock. And for Moruga, there's a look at Coach Kwashi. He's sitting alongside Mrs. Maskell, mother of head coach Bernal Maskell. She is the manager of this team. So it's a tough ask for them. Jeremy Rodriguez, the vice captain, also there. It's a tough ask for them, but they've got nothing to lose, and they're a team from a community that have competed against the odds, and they would hope to do that this evening. So by no means a full house here at the Lockett Recreation Ground.
I'm a little disappointed in the crowd, James. I thought
Rangers missing tonight.
Rangers not playing, so obviously.
So no Terminix Rangers, they will be playing tomorrow. And two teams with lots to prove, lots on the line, will compete for honors tonight. Just a quick thoughts on the top three in the competition so far: Terminix, Defense Force, and Police.
Yeah, I would think the three outstanding teams, there's no doubt about it. Their movement off the ball, their movement with the ball, their passing, their finishing, and of course they're solid at the back, all three teams. Yes, they've given away goals, but I think attacking wise, the Police, Defense Force, and Rangers are the standout. So it's not surprising that they're 1, 2, 3 in the league.
So Dennis Changi will lead the contingent of match officials out with both teams, and Moruga FC in the yellow top and white bottoms will be coming up against Defense Force. Very similar-ish, the uniforms this evening. Of course, a fluorescent tinge to that of Moruga. Would have scored 2 goals in their last fixture. A 5-2 defeat to Central FC in their last game, Moruga FC. And it was Kervel Jeremiah, one of the players, to be among goals in that competition. They've got a mixture of young players and some experience. We will introduce you to the lineups in just a bit. So it's all to play for this evening. The team from the Western Peninsula coming up against the team from deep south in Trinidad, Moruga FC.
It's going to be tough for the Moruga team, but they're going to give it their all. I have no doubt about that. That they are going to be running hard at the Defense Force players. It's a matter of whether they can keep their nerve. And the Defense Force always going to be tough to beat.
So Tishon Dillon and Curtis Gonzalez, the captains of both teams. One with significant international experience. Gonzalez coming up against Dillon. And exchange of pleasantries. You know it will be a tough battle tonight, but it's one that is certainly full of joy and competitive rivalry. Well, that man in the middle, Ryan Moore, he's been just behind Kevon Showtime Woodleys with goals in this competition. He's netted 6, and the number 9 both swing just behind him with 5 goals. They're the second and third highest goal scorers in the competition. Together, they've scored 11 goals amongst them.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at Ryan Moore scoring 6 goals, being a midfielder. You know, but it just shows, he gets into the right positions. He attacks, supports the forwards, gets the balls coming across to put it away. So, you know, he's a good finisher, even in the midfield. Boatswain, on the other hand, he's an excellent finisher. He's on top. He's the number 9, and I'm not surprised with him scoring goals, because the defense force, they create a lot of opportunities. And, of course, don't forget Brent Sam. He's wide on the right. He's also another very tricky individual for defense force.
Well, Bigots will start in goal for defense force. Side that has always been blessed with good goalkeepers. And, well, that's a man with significant refereeing experience in Trinidad and Tobago as he gets the proceedings going. Defense force in yellow versus Moruga in the fluorescent and white. Gonzalez will get the proceedings going early. He's partnered in central defense this evening by Justin Garcia. And early foul committed against the wide attacker, Jamil Cooper. Here's Jules Lee linking up with Brent Sam. And it's touched a bit too heavy. And it will be a throw. Hashim Asia. Well, tried to go through the legs of the Moruga player, Sheehan King. No success, but it's back with defense force. Well, we talk about front threes and we talk about attacking trios. Perhaps the best attacking trio in the competition. Brent Sam, Jamil Boatswain, and Rian Moore. I'm sure Terminix Rangers might have some words to say about that.
Oh, that's for sure.
But they've certainly combined, netted the most goals so far. So it's a free kick for Moruga as we enter a second minute of the match.
It's got to get a good cross in.
Here's Yatam Henry. Good looking service from Henry. The service from the former St. Benedict's man, a bit too long. Well, they just like taking the time with their build-up. Quite similar to what we saw from Point Fortin in the earlier fixture. Like to build up from the back. Boatswain's touch doesn't hit its mark. And we'll go all the way back to the goalkeeper. Well, chances opening up here. We've seen this combination before, but the
offside
assistant referee's flag cut short that aspiration of getting into the Moruga net. 6 goals in the competition for Rian Moore. I think he would have certainly made his mark when he made his debut for Trinidad and Tobago at the CONCACAF Gold Cup, where he netted on debut.
Actually, James, a foul was committed before the ball was played to Boatswain, who in fact was standing in an offside position, but the referee blew just before the ball got to Boatswain.
So it will be a chance for the yellow shirts of defense force to attack the Moruga net. Tell you what, they've changed goalkeepers quite often. Moruga. Man in goal tonight, Kadeem Duncan. His task to keep the ball out of the net. And, well, won't have any troubles keeping that one out. Wayward effort. So it's a team start to the contest so far here in La Joquita. Wow, bit of miscommunication, but I don't think anyone would have gotten it anyway. Tyrone LaFortune after defendo. Almost caught in possession there. The captain. And on the other end, oh, had to ensure that his footwork was up to par as he finally cleared the danger.
Took a chance there, but goalkeeper
Christopher
Bigot.
So it's chance opening up for Moruga from the corner. And it's that man, Yatam Henry, the man from 6th Company Village, who would look to swing this one in. Well, this is good, and easy catch for Bigot in the end.
Moruga started well. They've trying to put defense force under some pressure, and they're also looking to close them down early.
So this is a good turn of pace here, looking to open some doors, and wow, the defender got his toe at the end of it. Not sure he knew the direction it flew in, but he was effective in clearing the danger. Will be a corner. Rian Moore causing all sorts of trouble early on. Well, they're not blessed with height in the area, Moruga, and they'll have to battle with the big men. This one is well headed away. Justin Sadu, the Naparima man, will give chase. Here's Lee. Gonzalez is looking for movement. Finds it out wide.
It's a good ball.
Keeps it alive. Space and time to get a cross in. And, well, that's not the best use of space and time. And nothing difficult for Moruga to deal with. Well, so far he looks a calm man, the goalkeeper. You'd hope to remain that way. Kadeem Duncan. It's a long drive from Moruga to La Hoquita. Moruga, of course, situating all the way down to the south coast, the bottom of southernmost part of Trinidad and Tobago. This match being played in East Trinidad. It's about a 2-hour drive for some players. So they've come a long way, and they certainly want to impress and perhaps get their first win this evening. Looking for space here. And just hustled out of possession there, Jamali Barkley. But he has won a foul. Maybe a chance here for Shane King to create something dangerous for Moruga. Three-man wall to defend Christopher Bigot's net.
Is he going to go for goal from here, James?
Oh.
Let's hope not.
Whenever there are cameras and lights, expect some action. Well, he does try, and well, powder puff is what they would call that in the training yard back in the day. I think that shot was puffier than his hair there.
Well, I was hoping he wouldn't go for goal, but obviously the confidence he had, but really and truly it was too far out.
Well kept in, Brent Sam, Sadu. And he allowed us to run into touch. It's a throw. Gonzalez. Deflected. Should be easy pickup for the goalkeeper. But it's going to make them work for it, isn't he? A bit of cat and mouse, and having some fun there with the attacker. Saying, keep calm, everybody. I've got this covered. It's a long punt. Should be easy for Gonzalez to deal with. And, well, came off his boot and went to the goalkeeper. I'm not sure it was intentional. It's still anybody's match at the moment. No team has really opened up any serious chances so far. Sadu. That's a good block. Jeremiah tries to keep it. First time pass cut out. Oh, they're not afraid to throw their tackles in. But it's a bad one. It's given away to both CEEN. And chance opening up here. It should be the goalkeeper's ball, and he does collect gratefully. And not sure he's going to appreciate that tackle there. Tyron LaFortune. And the referee is saying, don't worry guys, I saw exactly what happened.
Well, Moruga, they've got a free kick, so they certainly started well. They're trying to take the game to the defense force, and they're not afraid at the moment to do that. And kudos to them.
Well, it's back with the Tetuan boys now as they press forward. Brent Sam, Sadu. Good looking service. Could pick out more. Back across the area, and that's a lunging tackle from the skipper. Still open. Kept alive. They've done really well to get that out of danger.
It's a good turn.
Chance opening up on the other end. There's Jeremiah. It's a big guy with showing some quick feet. Oh, he's lost it. Outnumbered. Chance opening up here. And should be easy for the keeper. Well, they're like ants around a piece of fallen sweetbread. Every time a yellow shield gets into the Moruga area. Oh, this should be fun to look at. And well defended in the end. Really looked to be in there, Jamali Barkley. He's a very young guy, in fact. Just a teenager.
Well, that's where you gain the experience, playing in this kind of competition against with some more experienced players, both with you and against you. He's gonna learn. It's gonna be a learning curve for him, and for all the youngsters in this tournament in the respective teams.
Of course, we didn't see Luke Phillip tonight, the 17-year-old sensation from Point Fortin. He's been called up to Angus Eves on the 20 national team.
Yeah.
Another player from this tournament, Riel Gill from Terminex Rangers, has also been called up. Some of the young Moruga players perhaps having an eye on being scouted. Well, that's well cut out there. It's open for Rayon King. Does have a burst of pace. It's well blocked. They'll reset and come again. Yes, Brent Sam.
Oh, that's
from distance. And, well, he got the power right, just not the accuracy.
Was that interesting? I thought if it was on target, it would have given the keeper some problems. But a good move from Brent Sam. He came inside, got it onto that left foot, and was having a shot. That, you know, it's good to see players looking to take the shots and trying to get it on target. Unfortunately, Brent Sam, very confident player is Brent Sam. Once he gets anywhere close to that goal, he's going to have a shot. He came inside. It was a distance away in terms of the where he was positioned. But give him credit. He's looking to take shots. He's looking to make the goalkeeper work. Unfortunately, that one wasn't on target.
Brent Sam, of course, former San Juan secondary pupil.
Was a striker, wasn't he? At San Juan Secondary.
Grew up in the San Juan Jablati youth ranks. Well, that's well defended. Chance still opening up for Hashim Asier. It's well blocked in the head, and the break is on the other end for Moruga. Oh, that's good. He's gone past one. And foot race here. And, well defended in the head, but certainly caused all sorts of trouble for Justin Garcia and company.
Was a burst of speed from Charles. I think he did well. He ran at the defense force defenders and then tried to slip it through towards Barkley, and it was just short. But that's an excellent run from Charles.
Tell you anything, if anything, that's one of the strengths of this Moruga team. Very fiery on the counter-attack.
It's turning into trouble.
Here's Lee. Well held up by Jamil Boatswain, the T&T International. Here's Hashim Asia. Sadu to Lee.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good football.
Not sure he quite got onto the ball there, but no whistle. Play is allowed to continue.
Well, it was a foul, no doubt on Jeremiah, but the referee decided to play the advantage.
He's not afraid to get in there, but it could fall kindly for Boatswain. Tussle for this one, but it's a tussle that he has lost out. Tigana Sparks, well, he does get it away, Tigana Sparks. I tell you what, Tigana Sparks did start his career as a goalkeeper. Remember him as part of the South Centre for Excellence team as a youth goalkeeper. He's since transitioned well into utility player.
James, I'm not following this. Moruga was on the attack. They had the ball, and the referee has brought it all the way back for an offside. Doesn't make sense. You've just taken away the advantage that Moruga had. And what happens now? Defence force gets the ball, and they're going to pump forward. Just doesn't make sense.
Brent Sam to Sadu. That's a good first-time ball, and Boatswain is wondering why didn't he gamble. Excellent first-time ball from Justin Sadu. Just didn't read it.
He started the game well, Sadu. He's been everywhere. He's been knocking the ball around, playing first-time passes. That was another excellent pass on the part of Sadu.
Here's Sparks. Gets it out of the back. Oh, that's good. And will be well defended, though. Justin Garcia covering his bases well.
We've played 16 minutes, 16 and a half minutes. And this Moruga team doesn't look like a team that have lost all their games.
And they don't look like a team that got
5 in the previous game.
11 the last time they visited this ground.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Much improved. Here's Arcia. Into a good area.
Yeah, that's right. They lost 11-2 to Rangers. Yeah, but they certainly don't look as a team that would lose a game 11-2.
But they do score goals.
Yeah.
The problem has been defensively.
They seem much more solid tonight. I like the look of their central defenders, De Leon and Sparks. I'm going to have a look at him because you said he was a former goalkeeper.
He was.
He must have. Well, I suppose if you're going to get goals, you may as well try and defend it from outside of the goal.
It's always one that liked kicking the ball around, Sparks. I remember coaching him at, what was it, under 15 level? Goalkeeper. I guess I didn't do a good job. He chose defending instead. Here's Gonzalez.
They don't feel too bad, though. I think there are lots of coaches that tried with their youngsters that started off as a forward and then it was a defender. Some started as defenders, ended as a forward. So
you think of Marvin Phillip.
That's right.
The national goalkeeper. He started as a forward, ended up in goal.
Yeah. I remember when I coached Fatima, there was a young man, Scott Rodriguez. He started as a goalkeeper. And I always said that he would make the national team as a goalkeeper, ended up as a forward and kept scoring. I mean, there was not a match that he didn't score.
Well,
and I threatened him. I said, you're not coming out the goal. You'll stay in the goal. And he said, well, he's not going to play. Insisted he go. You know, they love the glory of secondary schools, the scoring goals, don't they? The youngsters.
They always get the female attention. But it's a corner that they've got to defend. Jelani Felix. And that's well headed away by Jeremiah. He's the biggest man in the field. And they just feel that they need some of his defensive help.
It's a good ball.
Space opening up here. And the goalkeeper had to be good. And the defending was better. He's kept it out and deflected. It's still a wide open affair. And it's free header this time, and there's nothing he can do there. As this time, Justin Garcia, the centre-back, gets his head on that one. And Defence Force find themselves leading 1-0 inside the 20th minute.
What a passage of play for Defence Force, though. They just turned it on against Moruga. They were defending stoutly. There was a block from King earlier to a shot that seemed destined for a goal. And from the block, it went out wide. The cross ball came in. What a cross and what a header from Garcia. He headed it away from the keeper. Let's have a look. Brent Sam gets the cross in. Wonderful cross. And look at Garcia just heading it into the corner of the net. Wonderful cross, wonderful goal. And the resistance from Moruga has been broken.
Well, you got to feel sorry for Moruga. Goal coming against the run of play. It looked really solid defensively until that moment. But they'll have to defend some more as Yatam Henry gets in the way of that galloping run from Rian Moore. Trying to find space to get the ball away. Jeremiah, heavy touch from him, gives it back to Defence Force. Here's Arcia trying to tread the needle, not this time. Back to Arcia. Here's Gonzalez. And that's clobbered away.
The Defence Force now starting to take a little more control of this game. They're starting to knock the ball around, running. The players are running off the ball nicely. And you could see them slowly but surely starting to put Moruga under immense pressure. And they're defending well. They're certainly trying to keep Defence Force at bay. But look at them knocking the ball around, finding the passes.
A chance opening up here, and Brent Sam has picked in the donkey's tail. And well, that was simple from Brent Sam. And chose the caress route. And again, nothing the goalkeeper can do. And Defence Force, in the space of 3 minutes, they're 2-0 up.
And I was just making the point, James, they started to knock the ball around nicely. They were putting the Moruga team under enormous pressure. And that was a 1-2. The ball played into Boatswain, out to Sam, and Sam didn't he take that goal well? He just caressed the ball to the right of the keeper. Let's have a look. The ball was played from Arcia into Boatswain. He flicked it on to Sam, and Sam, all he did was really caress it away from the keeper. What a good goal. And I tell you, this game could now end up, Defence Force, the floodgates can open up.
Well, the link-up play between the front three of Defence Force has been phenomenal all tournament. Brent Sam adding his name to the highlight reel. Really linked up well, Boatswain, Moore, and Brent Sam. And Brent Sam perhaps taking some notes from his older brother Hector Sam, who would have played professionally for Wrexham in the UK and the Trinidad and Tobago national team. They're hungry, they want more. Defence Force.
They're really starting to play well. What I like about them so far, they're starting to knock the ball around, finding each other, running off the ball has been excellent. They're spreading it. And
well, here's Sam, the flag remains down and half cleared by Defence Force. Boatswain evades a tackle to keep it alive for Sadu. Muscled out of possession by Moruga. And it's a foot race on now, and this is where they're dangerous here as they're pushing forward here, trying to open up some corridors. Chance opening up here, and that's a good save from Bigot.
Offside. The flag went up, but the referee, thankfully, he said play on.
Latiba Charles knew nothing about it, and he had to play on, and unfortunately, he couldn't get a shot past Bigot. But on the other end, here's Lee. And rough tackle. It's a corner for Defence Force. Through. Taken quickly. Again, Rian Moore on the left, a good save, and it's hoofed away by the Tishon De Leon. And the goalkeeper's asking questions now. Where are the guards? Who's protecting me?
But wasn't that a good take from Rian Moore? took it down on the chest and he hit it beautifully with the left foot. I don't think he got the power that he would have wanted.
Can they survive this assault from the soldiers?
That's very, very important what you said there, James, because somehow Moruga, they've got to weather this storm at the moment, because defense force, they're swarming all over them. They've just got to slow it down a little bit, try to keep the ball away from defense force, weather this storm at the moment, and see what they can do, because if this continues, we can get 4 or 5 goals before the end of the half.
Well, they're facing an attack from defense force, front three, that has scored 14 goals between the three of them. That man in particular getting the lion's share, netting 6 of those 14, Ryan Moore. Brent Sam.
What a lovely ball.
Finding both swing. It's almost telepathic the way they find each other. Picking out Ryan Moore on that occasion. Here's the goal scorer, Justin Garcia. Lovely ball from Gonzalez. And a Kung Fu type challenge that would be penalized by the referee. Yeah, he's a bit winded.
Is that Ryan Moore on the ground?
It isn't. It's in fact Jamil Cooper.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Joshua Ragu was about to take no prisoners there. And looked more like a hurdler than a footballer making that challenge. Jumped all the way over Cooper.
He had no chance to get the ball, but he decided, listen, he was already in motion and he just continued going. He's put his team under some pressure now because they've got a free kick. And the way the defense force have been crossing the ball and the way they've been heading it, this could spell more danger for Moruga.
But I think on the contrary though, what he has done as well, inadvertently, is break the momentum that defense force had coming at them. They'll have an opportunity to reset, break that momentum, and perhaps try and defend this. And he's having some words with them. He's saying, that's not allowed, guys. And it's good to see some smiles. Here's a funny guy, Dennis, the referee. Has been around quite a number of years.
Felix is going to take the free kick. So
well, he didn't get it across, and it's cleared away from danger, not getting the required height to beat the defense. Could still be open, but this one perhaps too straight. And it will be a Moruga goal kick.
Well, Garcia, the central defender, he stayed up. And I'm not too sure if Curtis Gonzalez was trying to find him. And I thought might have been better him staying in the middle, Garcia, and looking for that cross ball.
I'm not surprised though. Did make the point that they're not the tallest team defensively, Moruga.
Yeah.
Perhaps trying to exploit that. Oh, this is dangerous as Brent Sam wins possession in an area with lots of space. And a shot, and that just misses its mark. And well, they're huffing and they're puffing, looking to blow his door down.
But you can see what Sadhu tried there. Picked up the ball and he tried to curl it into the far post. Just missed. Excellent work by him. Good idea. Unfortunately, it was just wide of that far post, but he was looking to curl it into that top corner. Good idea.
Well, Moruga will have to compose themselves quickly. A 3-minute spell. See them trailing by 2-0. Here's Sparks. And that's good work by King and Sparks to clear the danger. Gonzalez. And will be a Moruga throw in the fence force half. I haven't seen that part of the field for a while. Oh, Jeremiah showing good strength there. Certainly been a nuisance to the defenders. Certainly love to see more of him in the attacking third. And they get it away, defense force.
Look at the
that
run.
diagonal ball. Yeah, that's well taken from Moore, but CEEN couldn't wrap his feet around it. And here's the youngster, Barkley. And try to find King. Well cut out. Sam puts it in a good area. Chances opening up here. Rian Moore backing away. Couldn't quite reach him. And here's Jeremiah. Here's that battle I was talking about. And he's fouled. He's a handful, Jeremiah.
He is. He holds up the ball very well, actually. He tends to be up front on his own. He's got Barkley, but Barkley is more wide. You know, Jeremiah tends to be up front alone, looking to hold up the play, waiting for his midfielders to come forward.
I tell you what, the game is really stretched at the moment. There's a big gap between midfield and the attack for Moruga, and it's a space that defense force are using to come out of pressure easily. Oh, just a slight collision, but everybody's all right. Which is Gonzalez, one of the coolest players you'd ever see. This is in a good area. Halfway cleared, Sadu, and in fact it was Hashim Asier who dragged his shot wide.
He should have done better. He should have hit the target. It was a poor clearance by Moruga, and there was Asier. He picked up the ball.
In fact, it was Sadu.
No, it was Sadu, yeah. He picked up the ball and he should have hit the target. Should have made the keep. Look at it. The poor clearance coming out. No, you don't clear a ball as a defender like that. And there was Sadu, maybe being hustled in the end with a shot. But you have to think at that point in time, he's got to get the keeper's got to make a save. And Sadu he's a much more controlled player than he exhibited there.
But he just seems to be favoring his groin just a bit, just inside when he just come off the field where the physio Karen Dorner will attend to him. So defense force playing with 10 at the moment as Sadu gets some treatment off your picture. Here's more as we've crossed the half-hour mark. Defense force leading by 2-0. It would be a big blow if Sadu is not able to continue.
Well, he doesn't. Yeah, he is getting some treatment.
It seems to be his knee. Initially thought it might be his groin, but Karen Dorner, former Princeton Youth Soccer School midfielder, turned physio, attending to his wounds. So this is a chance opening up here, and
it's good defending by Ragu.
He's been kept busy, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, both wing backs, both Ragu and La Fortune, both of them have been very busy.
Well, talking about busy?
They are your
They've been busy.
Your favorite dancers, James?
Well, I'm a man of the cloth. I love angels. Don't you?
No comment.
Defense force looking to exploit some more space here, and big boot away this time from De Leon.
Well, the good news for defense force, Sadu is back on the field. We just see him at the bottom of the picture, coming back onto the field. So that's good news for defense force. And there he's on the ball now.
Well, he's going to test that knee. Here's Lee. Nice movement about the ball from defense force. Moore. And oh, that's a good challenge from the youngster. Looking to carve open some more space here, and they just might. And well, unconventional from La Fortune, but it gets the job done. Oh, that's good from Yatam Henry.
Jeremiah again holding up the play.
Here's Henry. Good looking service. That's a good touch. And might have taken it away the angle. Certainly made a good run. And it's those type of runs that have caused trouble. Chance opening up here. Oh, that's good. Oh, he's got a head on it. And, well, Bigot was up to the task. But he's done exactly what the coach wanted of him. And he's made them uncomfortable. Can he do it some more?
You did say that Jeremiah is a handful. Well, he is. He's a tall man. He's a big man. He's got a good. He's strong. He's tough, and he's got a good header.
Moruga growing in confidence at the moment.
Well, they've weathered the storm that we spoke about. They seem to be. They're getting more of the ball and they're pushing forward. So that's good.
Inside the final 10 minutes of the first half. Ragu. Sparks. Yes, Tyrone LaFortune. But it's a three-man press and he might be in trouble here. And, well, it's helped out by Sparks and Jeremiah, but possession is gifted back to the defense force.
Jeremiah seems very, very frustrated at the moment.
Here's Sadu. Standout secondary school player with Naparima College. Hashimasia looking for options. Finds it in Sadu. Good ball in and easily cut out. Well, not well cleared. Sadu could have a second bite. Keeps it alive for the yellow shirts. The defense force have the unenviable or the enviable title of having the most domestic titles in Trinidad and Tobago history. 20 national titles. And, well, Tigana Sparks comes to the rescue. Here's LaFortune. It's good strength there. And again, he's caught in a bad area. Charles. And this time, it's gone against him.
Yeah, but that was unlucky. He turned well. He had two players on him and turned well with it, and it just ran out of play. He was a little unlucky.
In for the big guy. He's done well to hold it. And well, when he turns, it's hard to stop him, but his footwear keep out on him. Looking long. Wow, he's having fun, isn't he?
He is really Moruga's standout. He's all by himself 9 out of 10 times, and he's just holding up the ball.
Here's Atiba Charles. Well, he got past his man, but he couldn't get very far. As was well defended in the end by Jules Lee. Here's a foot race. Boatswain and the goalkeeper. Well, it's gone right through him, and it's unlucky as Jamil Boatswain gets his 6th goal of the competition and his team's 3rd of the evening as they take a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, very, very poor keeping. You would have thought that Duncan should have done better because a defender was on Boatswain, so he was under pressure. The keeper was coming. Let's have a look. The ball played by Sadu right through. Boatswain running onto it. There's a defender on him and right through the keeper legs. Well, that's unfortunate because Moruga just started to get back into the game, and all of a sudden they've conceded a really bad goal, and defense force has now gone 3-up. There is Kadeem Duncan, and he must be disappointed for conceding that goal.
Yeah, football certainly is a cruel sport. It's hardly been at fault for the opening 2 goals, but that one perhaps could have done a bit better. Should have no time to mope his sorrows as Moore tries to come in, and should be easy in the end. So Moore just switching sides with Brent Sam. He's come across on the right. Sam going across to the left of the attack. Nice fluidity about the front 3 for defense force. Asia. Broken up by Moruga. Well, they haven't dropped their chins despite the 3-goal deficit. But they have given up possession in another bad area. Here's Boatswain. Sadu has been very industrious all evening.
Sam has gone over to the left side and Moore has come over to the right side. So defense was just making a slight switch for the moment. Just a tactical thing. But Sam, I've enjoyed Sam so far in this game. He's done well.
Yes, Gonzalez. And his pass might just have mishit it and it's cut out, but he do win a corner. Curtis Gonzalez, certainly very experienced man. Played at 2 Youth World Cups for Trinidad and Tobago. Gonzalez, known as a defender, tough tackling midfielder rather. Was used as a defender by Dennis Lawrence during his era as national head coach, and well, guess what? He's remained in that position. Ball playing centre back.
And I think you made the point about him, very cool. He's very calm under pressure, and he's a good passer of the ball as well.
Here's Cooper. Well, that's a poor corner. He does get help to keep it alive. Here's Jules Lee. Oh, that's a good chest from Riyad Moore, and ran into an amber light. 2 defenders. Back with Gonzalez. And should be easy for Duncan. I think the defender put them under pressure. They're just taking it away from Duncan. And a chance opening up for Moore. And well, he got a toe in the way of that one there. And it's a corner. Tishon De Leon blocking Moore's powerful shot. Seemed destined to win.
But they're creating their own problems, Moruga. Their clearance of the ball has not been good. They're not playing out from the back. And when they play out from the back, and the odd occasions, they're running themselves into, they're putting pressure on themselves. And then sometimes when they clear the ball, they're not clearing it far enough. It's clearing just outside the area. So they're creating a lot of their own problems, Moruga. And they've given away yet another corner.
Well, he's had a tough night, and it isn't over just yet, as he will have to marshal his troops to defend this set piece. No pressure, and Sadu has decided he might want to go long. Instead, he plays it short to Jules Lee. Change of the angle, deflected, and Duncan should take this one quite easily. Oh, that's good from King. Oh, he's gone past Gonzalez and felt the rot of his right boot as well.
That's a yellow card.
There we go. A greeting card from the referee. It's not a pleasant greeting card though. It's a warning to the Defence Force captain. King will take his time to recover as Gonzalez thinks about his naughty deed. He won't mind though. King looked set to cause all sorts of trouble if he had gotten past.
Yeah, Gonzalez was so late on that tackle. I think he deserved the booking. King did well because King won the ball, was drifting away from Gonzalez, and he stuck out that boot. Is Curtis Gonzalez getting a yellow card?
And well, lots of words being passed on. Hope that his players can absorb as much of it. Yassam Henry has been pushed forward as well to compete with Gonzalez. Comes from a family of footballers, Henry. Is Rajon King, the attacker who's missing tonight.
Oh, that's good keeping. Came a long way. I was surprised that Biggett had decided to come all the way, but he did well.
Well, there's a burst on the opposite end, and it comes to naught. Away by Henry. Only as far as Gonzalez. Entering the final minutes of the first half. Brent Sam looking to go in with a bang. And well, the only person that got a bang there was Ragu, as he took the brunt of that. Shot to the stomach.
It's a good block though. Not allowing the ball to go across. We'll have to wait and see just how much added on time there will be.
Court official just preparing his board as the corner is being taken. And that's a good header away from Ragu. And they keep it alive to Justin Sadu. They reset. Oh, this is a good ball in a dangerous area, and well, both Swain just crossed the wires there with Justin Garcia. Got in each other's way, you feel. So just 1 minute will be added on to the 45.
What a good ball from Gonzalez though. We talked about his passing ability. He's cool, under pressure, lovely ball over the top. And you had to think that Boatswain should have put it away.
Yeah, just ran across him, Justin Garcia. Felt that perhaps he was in a better position than Boatswain. Might have another opportunity. Here's Brent Sam. And Rian Moore. Oh, he came close. And I think a coat of paint might be missing on that far post. And he knows it. Came close to adding his 7th goal of the competition.
What another beauty of a cross from Brent Sam. He's been really superb. When he's picked up that ball wide, he's getting those cross balls in. And 9 out of 10 times, he's finding his teammates. He's had a wonderful game playing wide on the right and then wide on the left.
Well, not much time remaining as Jeremiah goes into one of those big boy battles of his. That one is cut out. Henry seems he's been pushed into a midfield position. Yatam Henry. Oh, he's lost possession to Brent Sam, who's pushed out of possession. And the whistle comes to the aid of Moruga FC, who find themselves trailing by 3-0 to the defense force. Your thoughts on the first half, Colin Murray?
Yeah, it's been really defense force all the way. Moruga started very, very well. They ran at the defense force, they attacked them, but it was only a matter of time before defense force settled down, started to find their passes, used the width of the field. They got Sam wide. Sam was able to get the crosses in, and the goals started to come. And there was about 20 minutes or so, 15 to 20 minutes, when defense force was swarming all over Moruga FC. They were able to stem the attacks that were coming at them, kept it to 2 goals, and then all of a sudden, with about 5 minutes, 10 minutes to go to the half, a defense force scored their 3rd goal. But a first half lead of 3-0 by defense force, certainly well deserved at the moment. Let's take a break and then we'll come back.
While the Ascension Angels are entertaining the smattering of supporters here at the Lahogata Recreation Ground as Defence Force celebrate their 3-0 first half lead. Let's take a look back at what you might have missed in the first half. And Defence Force came huffing and a puffing from early on. Justin Sadu coming close. Brent Sam was instrumental in the first half and he provided the first goal to Jamali Garcia, the centre-back, Justin Garcia rather, and he put them 1-0 in front. Jamil Boatswain and Brent Sam, well, what a combination they had until that one where Brent Sam with the kiss of an angel into the far corner, nothing the goalkeeper could do, and that made it 2-0 to Defence Force. Moruga grew in confidence in the game as it went along, and King with a good service to Jeremiah, causing Big At some discomfort, but nothing he couldn't handle. And Justin Sadu, who's been really good this match, sending Boatswain on a run, and well, he parted the blue sea of the socks of the goalkeepers. It went through his leg, and unfortunately had them trailing 3-0. And well, Moruga created all sorts of problems for themselves in defense. Not the best of clearances, and Rian Moore was unfortunate to see that one deflected. And all sorts of drama. 3-0 attended to Defence Force. Let's take a look at the statistics, and it's one that's heavily skewed in favor of Defence Force, Colin Murray.
Yeah, you could see that when you look at those stats. 13 shots to 2, 6 shots on target for Defence Force, 2 to Moruga. With the fouls, well, 2 to 1 yellow cards. Surprisingly enough, Defence Force picking up 2 yellow cards, and the corners 6 to 1. Saves 3 to 2, so it's heavily skewed, as you rightly said, James, in favor of Defence Force. You look at the shots in particular, Defence Force almost 6 times the amount of shots they have taken to Moruga. So, you know, and I expect to see in second half something very similar.
Well, Defence Force, they've put themselves in a good position. Moruga staring at perhaps a 7th loss in the competition. They've failed to win any of the matches here in this Ascension competition, but it's going to be a tough and long half time for them as they re-strategize. What do you think Coach Kwashi might be saying to his charges right now?
Well, he's got to tell them they've got to tighten up at the back. I mean, they're very loose at the back. Their clearance of the ball has not been good. Sometimes they try to play out from the back. The passing hasn't been all that good. And the Defence Force players are putting them under pressure. So, you know, they've either got to play the ball long and wide. They've got Charles wide on one side. They've got Henry wide on the other side. Play it long. Play it down to them. But they're trying to play these short passes, and they're being put under pressure by Defence Force, and they're making mistakes at the back. And when you make mistakes at the back against Defence Force, when you've got finishers like Boatswain, like Sam, like Moore, you're going to pay the price, and that's what's happening to them. So he's got to tell them they've got to tighten up at the back, and I think going forward, they haven't been that bad. You look at Jeremiah, for example. He's been pretty good, you know. He's holding up the ball. He's got no support. He's getting support wide from Charles and Henry, and then sometimes Barkley. But going forward, they haven't looked that bad. It's just at the back. They're too loose. The goalkeeper has made a terrible blunder with the 3rd goal. And, you know, he's got to tell them, guys, at the back, let's tighten up. Let's get the ball out, get it wide, and try and put Defence Force under some pressure.
And what do you make of a front 3 of the Defence Force?
Absolutely brilliant. Sam, what Sam has brought here, he's been just playing one-touch football. He's getting into the right positions. His movement off the ball has been excellent. He's getting into good positions wide, and he's just playing those balls. It's coming to him, and he's basically playing one-touch football. He's knocking it into Boatswain and knocking it either back to the midfield that's coming in, and then his cross balls have been excellent.
All right, let's take a coffee break, Colin Murray, and when we come back, we've got second half action. the teams are back in the middle, and the referees make their way out. For Moruga, lots of work to do. Might be tempted to think that this game is over for them, but of course they are people full of belief. And Colin Murray, is there any way back for Moruga?
Well, if I was a Moruga player or coach, I would be hoping to limit the scoring, and see if you can get a goal or two. But it's going to be a tough half for them. I expect Defence Force to go on and score a couple more goals and win this game handsomely. As I said before, the problem with Moruga, James, is their defence. Defensively, they're poor. They're putting in some good tackles, yes, but when they get possession of the ball at the back, they don't seem to know what to do with it. You've got to get that ball away as far as possible from your goal. Play the wide guys, get it to them, and this guy up front who's going to kick off now, Jeremiah. I think he's a wonderful player, but I feel for him because he's literally all by himself. But he's holding up the ball nicely. He's laying off the ball nicely. He just has no support.
Well, you need some support now as a second half kicks off, and Moruga showing their early intention. But it's back with Defence Force, and more glides past this player. Well, it's in a dangerous area now. Cooper getting past Ragu, and that's good defending in the end from Ragu. So Defence Force throw deep in the Moruga area. Here's Felix. Justin Garcia, scorer of the first goal of the match.
That was a good header, wasn't it?
Certainly was. Brent Sam.
And that was a good cross for Garcia to score that by Sam. They've taken some well-taken goals, Defence Force, except the third goal, of course, was a total mistake on the part of the goalkeeper.
Oh, here's Felix. Garcia finds his target, Bootswin. Sadu.
It's Sam.
Sam carving some room, taking some defenders with him, and they take him out as well as King gets the final touch in that lunging challenge.
That seemed the only way to stop Sam. It was a beautiful run. He picked up the ball wide and started to go through 2-3 defenders.
King looks in disbelief though by the referee's decision. I'm not sure how they tackle where he comes from.
It was the only way to stop. It was the only way to stop him, wasn't it? Was it King or?
Yep.
Okay. Thought it was Charles for a moment.
You're right. You're absolutely right, Charles.
Yeah.
Yep.
Certainly took it.
Good eyes, Colin Murray.
Well, I've got 4. I'm wondering, James, if you should maybe get 4.
Oh, what a way to find out.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Straight at the goalkeeper, and well,
he nearly made a mess of it.
Well. King, of course, wears the number 8 for Moruga. Here is well blocked. And they recycle possession. And here's King. Jeremiah.
Or
Yatam Henry. Good shield from the former St. Benedict's man.
It's a good take.
Well, this is good from King.
Ran out of room though. But there was a ball just played up before James to Jeremiah. Took it on his chest. Gonzalez and Garcia was on his back. And he calmly took it on his chest and just played it wide to Henry. Tell you, this Jeremiah guy he's some player.
He's a big fish. And certainly enjoying his pond at the moment. Here's another one, Bootswin, as he clears that away. Should be anybody's ball here. Eventually hoofed away. Here's Charles, and gives up possession.
That's a good ball. That's a good ball. Look at his space.
Yatam Henry to exploit. Has Jeremiah, and well, the service needed a bit more quality. Cooper. Well, we spoke about experience for some of these players. Certainly is a learning experience for some of the Moruga players, as this one is an illegal challenge on Cooper. Young Jamali Garcia given the opportunity to start, the number 11 for Moruga, just 16 years old.
I wonder about Jeremiah. I mean, he to me is the standout in the Moruga team. I wonder in terms of his age.
Yeah, he's just 16 years old though, Jamali Garcia.
Yeah.
And getting experience playing alongside Jeremiah,
yeah.
as you said.
Yeah.
Anton Kwashi keeping a firm eye on his team, hoping that they would have taken up something from the halftime talk. Taking shots, and well, it's charged down. It's still open up here, and
it's in the back of the net.
It's gotten across the line eventually,
yep,
and
I think it's an offside.
The flag will recall that one, and well, the referee is sending across to have a word with his assistant, because Jamil Botswin thought that legally got it across the goal line. So just some discussions being had.
Let's have a look, James. Well worked free kick, actually. Not too sure.
Well, it says no goal
yeah.
after consultation.
Very interesting, because I'm not too sure why it was disallowed. Boatswain didn't seem to be in an offside position.
Jeremiah losing possession to Sadu.
He's had a good game.
Very good game. And that one is deflected and gets a touch, a crucial one at that, to clear the eventual danger. Tigana Sparks. Oh, he's certainly enjoying his football, isn't he, Brent Sam? Been one of the top performers together with Justin Sadu, perhaps in this match. Well, they've all been good in attack, haven't they?
Oh yeah, that's for sure. The entire defense, actually the midfield, it's been a good
one. Oh, it's a good one, and it's, wow, Brent Sam again.
Yeah, I thought it was going in the nestled into the corner of the net.
Yeah, Justin Garcia again, he's looked dangerous from set pieces. He scored a header earlier on and came close to getting another one in.
I was just making the point, James, I think it's been a total team effort. We talk about the defense force, the midfield and the forwards, but I think it's been a good all round. They've played a good game. They've defended well, they've attacked well, and they've scored the goals.
It's Curtis Gonzalez exploiting the space that he's given, and well, he's made a run 3/4 way down the pitch. He's centre back at the amount of space he's given, and chance here for more, and he has given some space, but he just couldn't steer it in. And well, he's coming close, and he knows it.
He should have scored. With another tantalizing cross from Brent Sam. And when you look at it, let's have a look at that cross from Brent Sam. He went towards the far post. He saw more coming in, and he really should have scored. Really should. He should have put it into the back of the net.
Surprised it wasn't given as a corner, though. Goalkeeper seemed to have gotten the touch before it went out. Oh, they're on the prowl like hungry lions, the defense force. Arcia plays it wide to Jelani Felix. Yes, Cooper. Oh, tried to put it on a platter there. Just looking for each other now.
That's a good ball from Sam.
Here's Lee. And oh, he's dropped it. And you can't drop it when you've got a poacher hanging around. As Jamil Boatswain gets his team's 4th goal, and a goal that this man would not love to look back at the replay of, as Moruga are trailing by 4 goals to 0.
And you know, it's such a pity, because that's another goal that has been the fault of the goalkeeper. There's Sam, played a lovely ball down the line. The cross comes in. It was not a great cross, straight to the keeper, and really and truly, he could have taken, he should have held on to that with his eyes closed. Maybe he did close his eye and it bounced out. But I mean, you know, that's elementary. And until Moruga defensively can get up a better, not only defenders, but in terms of the keeper, they're going to struggle. They're going to keep conceding goals in this league.
So they have changed quite a few goalkeepers in this competition so far. Moruga, a number of their first choice options are out for numerous reasons. Think of Club Sando's Alexi Julian, who I believe is injured at the moment. Certainly is an area that has produced quality goalkeepers. Think of former national goalkeeper Curtis Granger, one of the standouts coming from that area. Think of people like Jefferson George as well. Some good goalkeepers have come out of Moruga.
Well, they've got to scout again, because you know, they're going to keep conceding, and it's tough on defenders, because you look at their defense, and my problem with the defense is when they get the ball, they're not getting it out far enough. But they've tackled well, they've marked off well, and they've really given quite a lot defensively. But you know, they've just been let down by silly mistakes.
Well, the 16-year-old forced into making a rash challenge. Been tossed into the frying pan, and at least he can hold his head up and said he's competing with the big boys.
And he's giving it all.
Well cut out.
Look, there again, James, they lose the ball. Luckily, it's an offside. But again, they lose the ball in a area where they're going to be made to pay. Had that not been an offside, would have been real problems for them. You cannot afford to give away the balls in your defensive third.
Here's Brent Sam sizing up his man, and has his pass cut out. Well, trying to find room. Moruga compress their lines, allowing the yellow shirts to play in front of them. Cooper went to ground in the far left of your screen, knocked over by Henry. They finally find space out wide. Here's Lee. And
oh, that's number 5.
I tell you what, Brent Sam gets his 2nd of the match, and he said quite rightfully, 5 goals, and they're unraveling at the seam now. Moruga, defense force leading by 5 goals to 0.
Well, you can't blame him for that one, but because it was a beautifully taken goal by Brent Sam. Lovely cross ball. Let's have a look at the ball. It's going to come across from Lee, and Brent Sam took it. Oh, that's a wonderful goal. He took it first time, and basically he just passed it away from the keeper. You can't blame him for that, but it was a lovely cross from Lee right into the path of Brent Sam, who just tucked it away nicely from the goalie. Wonderful goal from defense force, and as I suggested, James, we're looking at 5 or 6 goals here this evening, and still half an hour to go.
Arcia finding space with the double goal scorer Brent Sam. Started this match with 2 goals in the competition. Already has 4. Here's Yatam Henry away from Moruga. Just got 1 ahead of him. Jerry Mayan has to contend with Cooper. He's done well to keep it.
Look at that. They crowded him out. 3 defense force players on Henry. All he had ahead of him was Jeremiah. He couldn't get the ball to Jeremiah, but how well defense force have defended. They came back and they put Henry under pressure. 3 defenders came around him, won the ball, and they're on the attack again.
Brent Sam is causing all sorts of nightmares down the right-hand side. Brent Sam should fall for more if he can keep it in. Allows it to run out. He will get a corner. Taken short. It's Felix. And, well, he's a soldier, but accuracy wasn't his forte on that occasion.
But how easy it was, because that ball was played short, and Felix he was just running with the ball and then kicked it aimlessly. He probably tried to cross it, but there's some of the crowd.
Oh, that youngster having fun. I wonder what team he's supporting. Oh, that's a good turn, by the way. And Rion Moore, well, I tell you, he's getting hotter and hotter. Just can't find his scoring boots tonight.
Some nights it just wouldn't work for you, and another night he could have had a hat trick. This young Kadeem Duncan, he must be begging his defenders to keep the defense force attackers at bay.
Oh, he's been crowded out, but he has won a throw.
There's a little bit of respite to his defenders and to the goalkeeper.
Gatam Henry been pushed into a more advanced position. He's lost it though, and more. And Botswain could attack. He's second to this one from Sparks, but he gets in front of him. Oh, he's gone. Done well, hasn't he? Trying to make way for a shot. He does get a shot. Not the type of shot that he would get him goals, but he sounded a warning.
Yeah, but he was under pressure. He should have been looking to lay off that ball, but a substitution in the meantime.
And well,
Barkley is off.
16-year-old will make his exit. He has been asked much tonight, and the shift has come to an end on the hour mark. And in will come Kerville Turner. He's been sent to partner Jeremiah in attack.
At last he's going to get some support.
King. The Fortune.
Defense force is going to make some substitution shortly as well.
Here's King. Bit more room to play as substitute will attack this one. Well defended in the end. It's a poor clearance, and Ragu will exploit the space ahead of him. But he was looking for Charles, who had drifted inwards. Perhaps might have been better served holding his width.
Yeah, but you can't blame Charles for that. Charles started to make the run in. It was just a bad pass from Ragu. Should have been played along the ground for Charles to run onto it. So you really can't blame him for that. But here's a
more changes.
Substitution, yeah.
So Garcia is the man coming on. Not quite sure who he replaced just yet. It might be
Jamali Garcia, and let's see who is the other man coming on.
Blackman.
Kevin Blackman, yeah.
So Curtis Gonzalez has been replaced, and seems like Lee might have been taken out as well. So 2 defensive changes, fresh legs at the back. A little battle for this one. Here's Henry. Been much more active in the second half. Been effective on that occasion. Well, Moruga's bench looks busy as well. Sadu. Hashim Arcia. Cooper. Arcia wearing the captain's armband as Gonzalez has been taken off. That's well intercepted by King. And he could race forward here. Here's Julian. Rodney Young. Sparks. DeLeon. Yatam Henry. Oh, that's a bad giveaway from Henry. And Botswain on a hat trick. And won't get it on that effort. While his coach is just shaking his head. He knows that's a bad giveaway, just a lack of concentration there. I'll tell you what, the substitute that just came on for Moruga, Curvel Turner. If he does look familiar to you, that's because he was in goal for Moruga in their first 3 matches. He's now playing as a striker. That's the man that has been sent on to assist the big man up top, Curvel Jeremiah. So the 2 Curvels attacking. Well, that's the end of Yatam Henry's night as he makes his exit, the former St. Benedict's man. And in his place comes Ephraim Brong. Brong making his way on the field. Well, this Moruga team, they haven't been without their trials. For the past couple of weeks, they've been without a training ground, denied, of course, the use of the Moruga facility and the Princestown ground at Yolan Pompey, where they were training. Might have contributed to some of their lack of success, as Moore looks for some success of his own.
I thought he should have gone for goal. He had the opportunity. He was on his right foot as well.
Well, this is opening up for Sam, and it gets a deflection that gives Defence Force a corner.
Sam was under a little pressure. He tried to get it back into play, but under real pressure.
So they have tussled for a training ground in Moruga. It's one of the issues that has plagued the team. And, well, it's fair to say Sadu has been one of those as well this evening, as he delivers a dangerous one in, and oh goodness me, it's goal number 6. And it's that man getting his head
Garcia,
at the end of it.
Or is it, I think it's Garcia or
it's
no?
a substitute.
Yeah.
That got his head on it.
That's Jamali Garcia. Is it?
And we'll have another look here. It's the number 23.
Yep.
It took a deflection though. Might have come off of the defender. And well, it's unfortunate either way. Not sure who it will be credited to, because Tishon Dillion did get the final touch, deflection.
Yeah, but it was heading towards goal. The header from Jamali Garcia. So wasn't it Garcia? Jamali Garcia, the header from Defence Force, who came on as a substitute. Yeah, Jamali Garcia came on as a substitute.
A chance opening up here. Turner finding the other Curvel, tries his acrobatics.
Oh, that's a great turn. Brent Sam, even Brent Sam couldn't stop him. That's unfortunate. Good idea from Young, but just play away from Raghu. Sadu to Sam. This is going to be interesting. Sam
He's running
running
his way forward. Takes a deflection. It will be a throw. But I did talk about Sal threatening. Has been a thorn in the side of this Moruga team, together with Brent Sam. And they have won a corner. Can he produce another moment of magic? Justin Sadu is the architect of the last goal.
It's another good corner. Oh,
And might have gotten a... It's gone into the net, but I thought for a moment I saw a bit of hand there.
maybe it's Duncan, the goalkeeper.
And
But that's boatswain, isn't it?
it's a hat-trick for him, if he did get the final touch.
Actually, it seems to be the man who's come on as a substitute.
But he's
Karen
pointing-
Blackman, is it?
He's pointing at his hands, though. Let's look again.
see.
And it does come off the hand of boatswain, the hand of God. And he gets a hat-trick because the goal does stand.
I think it came off a Blackman, actually. Yeah, but wasn't it Blackman who put it into the net at the end? It was Blackman.
Tell you what, he's going to be a bad man in Moruga. They're going to be happy to give away goals like that, particularly in the nefarious fashion that it did.
Yeah, it did come off. Kevin Blackman, James had the final touch. It came off boatswain, went to Blackman at the far post. He was all alone and just had to tuck it into the back of the net. It's really, I think they've, Moruga, they've really, I think they've given up now.
It's another Justin Sadu service, created the danger, certainly putting himself in contention as one of the players of the match. We've got so many. Sadu, we've got boatswain, who's 2 goals. We've also got your favorite Brent Sam, also on 2 goals.
Yeah. And 2 assists.
Arcia was a national basketball player, Hashim Arcia, and he opted to play football. Does have the height for a basketballer. Was a very good one, I was told, as well. Did see him a couple of times in action. Here's Felix. Arcia. And at the moment, I know that the defense force, they're restocking in terms of players. They have had the creme de la creme of local players over the years, defense force. The likes of another Moruga boy, Quinn Rodney. You might remember him from his Shiva Boys days.
Yep, excellent player.
Soon to come in as this opens up for more, but this time the goalkeeper stops his run forward.
Remember, as you talk about that Shiva Boys team, James, it was a team loaded with talent. And Quinn Rodney was just one of maybe 5-6 players that were so talented.
Well, he's just passed out and might be in the ranks very soon of the defense force. That's well intercepted. Here's the big guy.
He's got some room for once. Nobody's breathing down his back.
Got to get in the area. Surely he has to be the target man. But the wrong decision taken in the end.
Totally agree. The wrong choice. I think he went for goal. But the angle was bad. He was should have tried to get that ball into the box. Jeremiah was running. He played the ball wide and was heading into the box, looking for the return ball, and it just never came. Good
Here's
ball.
Cooper. Poor touch. Finds King. It's Ragu looking for the big man. It's a foot race this time that he's not going to win. Good touch from Ryan Moore. He wants to get on the score sheet tonight. Sadu. Oh, that's it. Ryan Moore could make it 1 this time. And oh goodness me, the best chance he's gotten all evening, and he just couldn't convert on that opportunity. Good goalkeeping though.
Excellent goalkeeping from Duncan. I mean, we've criticized him for a couple of the goals, but that was excellent. The ball was played through by Sadu. Again, he's had a wonderful game. And look at Duncan. He came out quickly to narrow the angle from Moore, and the ball came off of him and went for a corner. Excellent keeping by Duncan.
Yeah, Sadu with another of those dangerous service, and he again finds Brent Sam, who gets his hat-trick. And again, it's almost a hat-trick of assist for Sadu as well.
Yeah, but you know, it's amazing because this is the third corner from that right side that's been headed into the goal. And Moruga seemed, they just don't seem to know what to do to stop it. But give Sadu credit, he's some wonderful corners, and the defense force players are just getting up and heading the ball into the back of the net. It's unbelievable.
Just towered over Tigana Sparks there. And Sam, and how good has he been this evening? His brother Hector might be blushing somewhere, looking on at his younger brother.
But credit to Sadu, he's been absolutely brilliant here this evening.
My favorite player of the evening, to be honest.
Yeah. I think the only thing is missing is that he hasn't scored a goal.
Oh, certainly. Well, this man has, Brent Sam. He's looking for more. Well, quite literally he was. Looking for more goals and looking for Ryan Moore. Oh, that's a good turn. Sadu. And it's a battle for Botswain. He wants a hat-trick as well. Not going to get it this time as the referee's whistle goes for the foul on the defender, Sparks. More changes, and I tell you what, you've got players like Joe and Baltazar coming off the bench. Well, it tells you the depth of your bench. The former T&T futsal and futsal player. He's been a champion in the street style football as well, Joe and Baltazar, representing Trinidad and Tobago. And well, Brent Sam and Sadu, they're both going to have a rest, and Ronaldo Coriat and King comes in. Well, they've both been given a rest, and I'm sure that they will receive a round of applause as they do rightfully on their bench. What an evening they've had.
Both have been brilliant here this evening, Sadu and Brent Sam.
Maybe a chance now for Botswain to compete for that man of the match. Yeah, they've worked hard. Well, this man, he's a hard worker as well, Joe and Baltazar. Top T&T youth player, top futsal player. Still an iconic player in the defense force ranks. Well, that's well headed away. Only as far as Coriat. Justin Garcia, he's been good as well.
I was just about to say that. He's had a very good game. Scored the opening goal, but he's been solid at the back for defense force.
That's good. And he gets away from Sparks. Chance opening up here. Oh, what a save that was. Well, he's been criticized for some of the moments, but he certainly has proven to be a menace to Ryan Moore. He's won every battle against the national striker.
But you look at that as well, James. The pass from or the tackle from Sparks was non-existent. And thankfully, Duncan had to come to the rescue of Moruga.
Chance opening up for Moruga, and chance wasted. They do keep it alive though. Deep cross and a chance in, and oh goodness me, he's knocked all evening, and when he got the chance that perhaps he should have put away, This time he heads it wide.
Yeah, you could see the disappointment on Jeremiah. He knew he should have done better. He had to hit the target. He climbed above everybody else, and all he needed to do was to head it away from the keeper, and he tried to, you could see him trying to go for the corner of the goal, and he missed it. But a wonderful chance, and I think it's unfortunate because if it's one person on this Moruga team that deserves a goal, it's Jeremiah.
I'll tell you what though, must confess that didn't know much of him prior to this game, Jeremiah. And I'm quite intrigued by what he can offer. Reminds me of Kenwin Jones somewhat. That big aerial threat.
I think Jeremiah would be proud of you to say that, James. He would be very proud that you're liking him to Kenwin Jones. No, but I must admit, I like his attitude. He's a no-nonsense type of player. Let's see, that's a bad little collision there.
No-nonsense challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in some pain. I'll tell you what's a good time for a Sportsmax app moment. And while those two boys dust themselves off, we take a look at the big moment on the Sportsmax app. And, well, no surprise, it's a big guy, Brent Sam, climbing the step ladder and powering this one past Duncan. That was the goal that took him to his hat-trick. And that's why he gets our Sportsmax app moment.
Well, two players are down. In addition to the tackle on, who was it out there? Was it La Fortune? Not too sure if it's La Fortune. He's down. And also there's another player getting treatment. James, I'm not too sure who that is. But
he's going to get some instructions, that man.
La Fortune is up, which is good news.
Brian Moore, as Moruga gets set to make some more changes. Finally gets back to his feet. He seems to be all right. Just a knock on the instep. Brian Moore. He's worked hard, but he hasn't gotten a goal this evening.
De Leon seems to be in the wars, and he's going to be coming off. De Leon, I don't expect him to be going back on, because he's holding the back of his left leg.
So changes will be made, and to Sean De Leon.
Dwayne Young is the man coming on.
Had a rough night, and he makes his way off as Dwayne Young comes on. And the other player that will make his way off is Rodney Young, and he will be replaced by Carl Spencer. But they do have one more change remaining, and Jeremy is set to come on, the vice captain, and he replaces Ragu. So the winger replacing the wing back. He's been asked to play in a defensive role. Jeremy is a fireman by profession, and well, gets an opportunity to help salvage some pride for Moruga. Well, on the other end, they'll have to defend Defense Force, leading by 8-0. Jeremy gets his first touch. Defense Force holding on to their 8-0 advantage. Time winding down inside the final 6.5 minutes.
Any idea who is The Jeremy that has come on, his first name.
Well, battle for this one, and it's a battle that King wins against King. It's both Kings battling it out. And Moruga could open up a chance here to get on the score sheet. And Charles runs himself into a dead end.
Moore didn't take that. Had he taken that, he was on the move. Good cross ball. He tried to take it on the run and missed it completely. And Moruga's got a throw in. But you would have thought Moore would have been able to take control of that ball. And had he done that, who knows? Could have well be goal number 9.
So Jeremy Ignacio, substitute with the throw. Still on King. Away by Moruga. Oh, they've lost it in a bad area. Here's King. Coriat from distance. Oh, he's forced a fine save from the young man in goal. This time he holds on.
Coriat, wasn't he a standout with St. Augustine? I think, if memory serves me right, I remember lovely left foot.
Yeah,
and that shot reminded me of him playing for St. Augustine.
Good pro the youth player as well.
Yeah.
Baltazar linking up well, trying to find Botsween. Here's Ignacio. He's quite used to playing high up the field, but he's been asked to perform defensive duties. Well, it's just a few minutes, 4 minutes or so, remaining in regulation time. Your thoughts on perhaps the man of the match as that one flashes wide?
Gotta be Brent Sam. I mean, three goals and assists. I think 1 or 2 assists and scoring a hat-trick. You know, I can't see it. I mean, I really feel for Sadhu because I think he's had an excellent game. But how do you not give a man of the match to a guy who scored 3 goals and an assist? You know, yeah, he's had a wonderful game. What I liked about Brent Sam was his fluency with the ball. You know, his one-touch passing. When he had to attack the defense, he attacked. You know, to me, he had a really good all-round game.
Well, they've got to defend here, and finally they get ahead. And service from wide. Another chance, though, for defense force. Dangerous, and oh, goodness. Unlucky. Got all head on that, but he couldn't find the direction. King, what a lively fellow he has been since coming on. I don't think anybody can argue with your rationale, Colin Murray. Brent Sam has been phenomenal this evening. Here's Baltazar. That's a good ball. Baltazar spaced the attack. Good service in and well cut out. King to fight with Felix. Ignacio getting it away from danger.
I'd better give it away.
It's a chance of distance. Oh, did he get a touch? He certainly did. It's a corner.
I tell you, this keeper, he's let in some bad goals, but he's made about 3 or 4 tremendous saves.
I think he's made up.
So he's got talent, there's no doubt about it, but he gives away some really poor goals. Look at this shot. It was out from distance, but it was on target, and he had to make the save. And he did it well, he pushed it wide. So, you know, you feel for him. He's conceded 8, and of the 8, maybe you have to say 2 or 3 was his fault. But outside of that, it could have been a dozen.
Well, it's a chance here for defense force. Rian Moore yet to get on the score sheet. Maybe Coriat can help from this cross to Baltazar, the back door. Well, he controls it well, it keeps it alive. And, oh, did he stop that with his, on the sole of his feet? What an unconventional save, but it's effective.
He stopped it. That was important. I don't think the power in the shot was really lacking. So it gave him the opportunity just to stop it with his... that would be the kind of save I would make. Stop it with my foot.
He's got a good touch, though. Maybe a consolation for Moruga on the opposite end.
Defense force, they're relentless, James. They're not giving up. They're not allowing anything. They're not giving anything away at the back.
Well, it's a chance here. Jeremiah. It's a foul as a flag goes up from the assistant. He deserves a goal, doesn't he, Jeremiah?
Well, you're not going to get opposition from me on that, because I really like, he's worked so hard, Jeremiah. He's got to, Turner has come on, and we haven't seen very much of Turner, but Turner was sent on as a strike partner to Jeremiah, but as I say, we haven't seen much of him.
But they've got to add context. Turner has been sent on. Turner was the goalkeeper in their first 3 matches.
Turner was the goalkeeper?
In their first opening 3 matches.
Okay.
Well, we've come to the end of regulation time, and there will be 3 minutes of time added on. Baltazar. He's got quick feet. Gets Felix in on the act. Spots Swede. Oh, that's a good ball. Nobody clears it, and Rian Moore. Well, he's been denied all evening.
It's a good block.
Yeah, he's been denied more than a bad guy at the US Embassy. It's no access. Denied with prejudice. Arcia. Chance opening up here for Botswain, and again the goalkeeper Duncan. But he gets an applause there. The crowd is certainly appreciating his effort this evening.
Well, the final whistle can't come quick enough for Moruga. I must admit, I thought they would have conceded just about 6. So 8, I think the defense force would be very, very happy with their work tonight.
Well, to be fair to Moruga, they did provide some glimpse of potential. But then it all unraveled. Maybe a lead chance. They did miss the services of Rajon King. It's the brother of Yatam Henry. Been one of their main attacking threats in this competition. Missed tonight. Oh, that's a good one from King and Baltazar. And he carved open a chance here. Well, that's good defending as well from Sparks. He's been a busy man. Inside the final minutes of the 3 minutes of time added on. Well, just glanced across at the coach. He was asking the referee how much time is left. Less than 30 seconds remains for Moruga to hold on and Defense Force to start the celebration. Usually a lively after party happening here in La Hogata on a Friday evening.
Yeah, I understand there's some reggae artists this evening.
Am I going to be seeing you bobbing your dreadlocks?
I'm not too sure. I've got a slight leg injury, so I'm not sure the movements could be as nice as I would like, James.
I saw you copying some of the moves of the Angels earlier on.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. The moves of the referee signals the end of a match that has been lopsided, to say the least, as Defense Force come away 8-0 winners over Moruga FC.
Certainly a convincing victory for Defense Force here this evening. And so the Defense Force team convincing winners by 8 goals to 0. And at the end of full time. Moruga FC, no match in the end. They probably, for the first 15-20 minutes, they were in the game. But once Defence Force scored the first goal, the floodgates opened. At the end of the first half, it was 3-0. Another 5 goals in the second half. And let's have a quick look at the highlights. There is the ball going wide to Sam. He's going to send the cross in, and header from Garcia. 1-0. And that was the start of the Defence Force. They had a 15-20 minute period where they were swarming all over. And this is the ball to Sam from Boatswain, and he just tucked it away from the keeper. That's a wonderful goal from Brent Sam. A lovely bit of movement, and his finish was exceptional. So that was then 2-0 for the Defence Force. Moruga had one or two little chances. That was Jeremiah. He was the player for me for Moruga. He had a little bit of an opening, but then goal number 3, Boatswain running onto it, and the keeper unfortunately went under him and into the back of the net. Good run from Boatswain. The ball sent through by Brent Sam, and there was Boatswain. Keeper would not be happy with that. Should have been able to stop it. Went under him and into the back of the net. So half time, it was 3-0 and more of the same in the second half. The ball given away and the shot going deflecting. There is the referee indicating that it was a half time. And we into the second half. Sadu with the first corner, just headed wide, and Duncan really happy about that, but more was to come in terms of the goals. The ball crossed from Sam, and Moore should have done better. Rion Moore coming in at the far post. You have to think that he should have put it away, as Brent Sam then playing a ball to Lee. Good ball sent across. The keeper didn't hold on to it. It dropped out of his hand and into the back of the net. There was Lee getting the ball from Sam, sent the cross straight to the keeper, and he fumbled with it, and it was goal number 4. Then another cross ball, this time to Sam from Lee, and he put it away beautifully. One time as it came across to him, he just hit it on the first attempt and put it into the back of the net. And it was now what, 5-0. The corners then came in. Sadu with the corner and headed into the back of the net there by Jamali Garcia. He came on as a substitute and headed it into the back of the net, Jamali Garcia. That was 6-0. Then another corner from Sadu. The header went towards the far post. Blackman came on as a substitute, made it 7-0. He also got on the score sheet there, all alone at the far post to make it 7-0. And then the final goal, another corner, and headed in, this time by Brent Sam, the man of the match, fitting in for his hat-trick and the 8th goal from Defence Force. And that was all she wrote. A convincing victory from Defence Force. And let's have a look at this stats. It would be very one-sided. 30 shots from Defence Force to 4 from Moruga. 20 shots on target. And you have to wonder how they only scored 8 goals. Fouls 5-3. The yellow cards 2 for the Defence Force. No red cards. The corners 8-1. Another very lopsided. And look at the saves. 12 saves from Duncan from Moruga and just 3 for Bigot from Defence Force. So a convincing victory, 8-0 from Defence Force. Let's go down to James. He's got the man of the match, Brent Sam, with him.
Well, certainly I've got the man of the match, Brent Sam. And Brent, you started this game with 2 goals. You left with 5. How does that feel?
I feel great, Feels great.
What do you think worked for your team tonight?
Well, keeping the width, making the field as wide as possible. That worked for us tonight.
Well, you're the younger brother of Hector, Sam, a prolific striker himself.
Yeah.
What do you say to Hector right now that you're banging in the goals?
Well, I'm the better one now. He had his time, so yeah, basically.
Now, Moruga FC, Rion Moore missed out tonight, but you've got a fluid attack. Boatswain, yourself, and Rion. Do you think you've got the best combination in attack for in this competition?
I'll say yeah, because It's 3 national players, so we come together and we scoring goals.
And you started in 3rd place. You must be keeping your eyes on Terminex Rangers.
Yeah, well, we're working hard, you know, taking it game by game, picking up the points, and coming victorious. So.
Well, thank you very much, Brent Sam, and you can enjoy that trophy as our man of the match.
Blessings. Thank you, man.
Thank you so much. All right, so I'm going to invite Coach Kwashi of Moruga FC to come join me. And Coach Kwashi, he's always kept me waiting, particularly when he was a sprinter, always left me at the starting line. And Coach Kwashi, it's been a tough game today. You lost by 8 goals to 0. Are there any positive coming out of the match today?
Yeah, the guys them play well. It's just the little blunders in the back keeper, goalkeeper problems. Well, all you can see for yourself. But all in all, the boys and them try. They keep fighting to the end. And we'll just go to the drawing board and see if we make mistakes and see if we could come again.
No goals tonight, but what do you think your team can still fix in this competition?
Well, coming down to the end of the first rounds, second rounds, look for a different Moruga, because we will be training hard and we will be coming different second rounds.
Now, before I let you go, I know training grounds have been an issue with you guys. Is that something that has been sorted out?
Yeah, plenty, because we're not getting our home to train properly, and then the location for most of the guys is very tough. So we just any little side street, any little small thing anyway, we're trying to fit in, but we're not getting a proper training session due to facilities. So all of that too is the problem. So we're trying our best.
Well, certainly we hope that you get some help, and thank you so much for speaking with us, Coach Kwashi.
Right. Good night.
All right, so I'm going to invite Lloyd Andrews, the coach of the Defence Force, and well, I tell you what, his team has been flying in this competition, and I'm seeing a smile on your face. You must be a very proud man getting 8 goals tonight.
Yes, we worked hard during the past 2 weeks, and we're in the fruits now.
Now I'm looking at your strike force. You've got perhaps one of the most lethal strike force in the competition. Brent Sam getting a hat-trick tonight. No goals some more, but Botswain also getting on the score sheet. How do you feel about your attack?
Well, in the beginning of this competition, we were lean on goals, and we went to the drawing board and work, and I'm happy.
Now, I know Sam spoke about the width of your team. What do you think worked for your team and is working for your team? Because you seem to be in a good momentum at the moment.
Well, besides the width, you understand the intensity, the moving the ball around in the back much faster, and maintaining the position as long as possible going forward.
Well, I know you've got a whole evening to celebrate as a DJ there with some good music, and we thank you for speaking with us.
Blessing.
All right, so I send it back up to Colin Murray as he closes off this evening's broadcast.
Well, what a night we've had. 2 goals to 0 in the first game. Deportivo beating Cunupia by 2 goals to 0, and then a huge victory for Defence Force by 8 goals to 0. Certainly a deserved victory for Defence Force, and also in the first game for Deportivo. I thought they were the better team. But a great night of football, 10 goals in this doubleheader. So there's going to be more action in the Ascension Tournament this weekend, both tomorrow and on Sunday. But again, we're going to be back next Friday with yet another doubleheader. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us here at the La Joqueta Recreation Ground.